Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, calling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing dire of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take a final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Fuck, you'll never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness role-playing community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida. And now we're offering 5th edition, 20th anniversary, and Chronicles of Darkness for you to be able to run or play in. So follow that Discord link you see down in the description and come join our amazing community because we would love to count you as one of our ranks. Also, while you're at it, while you're clicking on links and following and joining things, you should follow all of that social media you see listed down below because rumor has it that there is a very, very big and special announcement coming in the next week or so. And you're not going to want to miss this one because as somebody in the know with the inside track, I'm here to tell you that it is a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal. So you're going to want to, stay tuned to our social media for that because once that comes out, you're going to want to hop on that announcement immediately. That being said, my name is Kent, also known as Michikent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of Gru have established the Sept of the Evening Star, a Sept of the new nation of Gru that is attempting to battle back the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. And some of those forces have literally started to grow from the ground. And this Sept is doing their darndest to beat those forces back, but they have experienced some hiccups along the way. But before we get into all that, let's go ahead and introduce the amazing players that make this whole story possible. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ, Champagne, Catch a Ride, whatever you want to call me, and I will be playing Aspen Weiss, Violet Ox of the Silver Flanks.
Hey everybody, I am Nori. I will be playing Malicious Jester, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
everyone, my name's Preston. I play Jason Dreams of Decay Thorn, Theurge of the Bonar.
So players, let's get caught up because we did have a nice long summer break and then we had one hell of a fall premiere where quite a bit happened. So let's try and, figure all that out. Jester and Jace went on a bit of an adventure as they attempted to look into the disappearance of Lucas Shaw, their Ragabash. This adventure caused them to meet a guide of sorts that was going to take them on a journey into the deep Umbra, a guide that would be revealed to be known as the Deer Lady or the Deer Woman, a spirit of myth and legend, a huntress spirit known for hunting down immoral men to protect women and children. And she just happened to have a couple of immoral men in her sights, that being Lucas and the Camazotz, that they were going to find. So, as Jester and Jace risked their lives by hopping in the unknown vehicle, this 60s Cadillac convertible that seemed to belong to the Deer Lady, they found themselves journeying into the Umbra, where Jester learned a little bit more about the Deer Lady. Eventually, it led them to a cave where they found Lucas unconscious and the Camazotz speaking insane nonsense ramblings. It became more and more clear that this particular individual had been alone for quite some time and had had voices in their head. But what became more and more apparent was that their change was relatively recent as January, which seemed to coincide with the opening of the Cairn in Tampa. Interesting. Another apparent fact was the sounds of shrieking that heralded his arrival in his mind, heralded his change, and has been echoing in his mind ever since. Now, when the pack regathered later, they came to find out that this tied into an old story of the Turtle tribe, of a sept where a white bat shrieked as the last Camazotz died, causing the sept to collapse. Could there be a coincidence there? There's no coincidences in Werewolf the Apocalypse. Meanwhile, Aspen had a bit of a journey of her own as she had to talk Charles out of going running after Jester and Jace after only receiving a text message saying they were going after Lucas and that they would report in eventually. That eventually ended up being a week later, by the by. But after talking Charles down, they got another distressing call from the biker bar a few days later where they found utter destruction and chaos at the biker bar as the entire bar had been destroyed and trashed. The heavy iron door that was the entryway to the bar being ripped off the hinges and tossed aside. What became apparent there was that Larry, also known as Lorenzo, the bartender, a kin that had been sought out by Lucas sometime earlier, had experienced his first change. And what had likely triggered that change was another prospect by the name of Damien, who was found gripping to the last vestiges of life as he had been put through, quite literally, put through a wall and was being taken away by EMTs. Now, the current status of Larry or his whereabouts are unknown, but Aspen and Charles are hot on the case. And after meeting with the pack, Aspen has to figure out what's next in finding Larry. So that brings us to our first scene tonight. Aspen, you find yourself late at night sitting just a little distance away from a roaring bonfire that Artie had built. He had just had a meeting with the Hellhounds where he was trying to do some what he called team building. by having them all come together and put out all of their issues with one another. And after some talking and some confessing, it seemed like it did have some progress. At the same time, he received the path stones from Michigan and from Wisconsin that would be necessary to open the moon bridges and begin that process. Once the gathering had started to die down and the hellhounds had dispersed, Artie started cleaning up everything. But meanwhile, you were sitting some distance away near the RVs in a couple of camp chairs with Eliza looking on over the proceedings, staying just enough of a distance away that they didn't know you were present and that you wouldn't necessarily interfere with Artie's proceedings. That being said, you can hear the crackling of the campfire. You can smell the wood smoke. You can even hear crickets and frogs in the air. It's a peaceful evening, despite all of the chaos going in your mind, all of the checklist of things left undone, still to do, and that worry about a guru on the loose, unknowing of what they are and what they can do, possibly completely out of control, somewhere out there in the woods. The scene is yours.
Aspen will have a small notebook that she's pulled out of her purse, and she's just kind of writing different things and scratching things out, looking frustrated, maybe a little stressed, but trying to keep everything together, sitting kind of silently next to Eliza until she turns and looks over at Eliza. I don't know how you do it.
Do what?
Stay so positive.
Well, I think you and I both know I wasn't exactly successful at that always.
But you came back and you seem so, I guess, for lack of a better word, well adjusted.
I came back thanks to you. Thanks to all of you. You gave me a second chance, another opportunity to join the fight, another lease on life when I thought I had lost everything. You gave me a family, a home. What else could I ask for? What is there to be so upset about? When you've lost everything and you're given a chance to have it back, you will do anything in your power to stop from going back to that place. Doesn't mean it's not hard at times. There are days that I wake up and my bones ache worse than they've ever ached before, and the weight of the world lays on my shoulders. But if not me, then who? If not me, if not now, then I guarantee that everything that I have gained, everything you have given me, will be lost again. And quickly. I can't let that happen, not again. For his sake, if nothing else.
Yeah. I guess. And she kind of looks over at the tree with the den at the bottom.
Look at that boy over there. She points towards Artie as he's cleaning up the coffee and the beer and everything on the table. You're fighting for that. You're fighting for the possibility of a future with that. Does it seem hopeless at times? I'm sure it certainly does. But you have it now. If you spend too much time thinking about what could be, you're missing what is. And I know as a leader, a part of you needs to keep your eyes on the horizon. I know as a falcon, you can't help it. But you can also be here, right now, on this lovely evening, with the ones you love surrounding you, both here and beyond. And she follows your gaze towards the tree. It helps make that weight a little lighter. Even if just for a short while.
Seems like every step forward is, I don't know, sometimes 2 steps back.
It does seem like that. Like trudging through molasses. But we press on. We persist. Because we have to. Whether we want to or not at times is irrelevant. We have to, Aspen. Because like I said, if not us, then who?
Yeah, I think that's the part that gets to me the most. The have to kind of, well, pisses me off.
I understand. It's a difficult thing being chosen, especially when you had no choice in the matter.
Did you, before we were here, did you have all of this going on?
Yes and no. I had my son, Orion. And in a way, I had love, but nothing like what you have. Mine was forbidden. You have to understand it was the old nation. Full bore. And as a stargazer as I am, that was frowned upon. Any kind of association. Yet, we made it work in our own way. And I couldn't blame him for trying to balance both, even if it is what got him killed. But if I could provide even just a little relief from the stress of what it was to be a leader, and if I could thank him for the gift that was my child, it was worth it. That's why it made it that much harder to lose. All of it.
Yeah, the losing is what I'm trying to avoid. And seems like losing happens a lot around here.
In this life, feels like you lose more than you win. But also that's a matter of perspective, believe it or not. And I know that sounds cliche, and something like out of one of Audie's textbooks. But it's true. You have to balance out what you find as a victory and what you find as a loss. Because there are a lot of little victories that you have achieved, as well as some great victories, even if they came at a cost. And if you see those victories for what they are, if you give them the value they're due, you'll find there aren't as many losses as you think. They aren't as heavy as you think. That the scales shift more towards a balance, possibly even in the other way. You have done incredible things, Aspen. All of you have. What was a lost territory, a no man's land for Guru, you have reclaimed. What were monsters in the dark, unbeatable demons, the type of creatures that young Guru have nightmares about. You destroyed them. You toppled them. When no one else could. Guru, much older than you, fell to Bloody Mary. Fell to that prince of theirs, that king of theirs, whatever it is. And yet here you are, standing on the rubble of their kingdom, victorious. If that isn't a major victory, I don't know what is.
Now we just have to keep it that way.
It's going to go back and forth, but you'll always find a way. Because you are resourceful, you are intelligent, and you are focused and driven. And on the days that you don't feel like getting up, on the days when the weight seems too heavy, look to the ones around you. They'll give you what you need to stand. The reason I fell was because all of those were gone. I had nothing. And I couldn't do it anymore on my own until you came along, until you propped me back up, until you showed me that others could still care.
You're right.
And anytime it also feels like too much, you can always talk to me. I've seen it, I've done it, and I've heard the same conversations before. I feel deja vu talking to you right now, because I remember having this exact same conversation with Joseph.
Aren't you sick of talking? Seems like you talk to all of them all the time.
No. It's more listening than talking. And listening's free.
Fair enough, I guess.
That being said, we have a bit of a issue to resolve, it seems.
Literally at the top of my list, and she grabs her pencil and smacks the notebook that says Larry.
Unfortunately, with Lucas gone, and stakes up north gives us a bit of a vacancy in a position, a certain particular set of skills. I know the right. But I think that it's time to consider training a new Kinseeker. I'm too old to be chasing around pups out in the city.
You seem as well in shape as the rest of us. Maybe even better
Sure.
off in a lot of ways.
I did a lot more damage than I let on during my down days. Also, I think we both know that I won't be here forever. I mean, I suppose I will in one form or another, and she looks towards the trees.
Can't get rid of us that easy.
I would never want to.
Well, how do we even go about this? I've only seen, I guess, a snippet of it, a strange, interesting way of doing it, when I watched Aiden, and that had to do with illicit drugs and cheeseburgers. So I don't know if that's the proper way or if there's a better way of doing that.
Well, I can't say that there's one particular way. There are methods, but truthfully, the best way to go about it is to dull, mute, and block out your senses to allow you to focus on one particular scent. The scent of Guru. Now, the best way to do this is to overwhelm your senses with very strong odors to the point that it dulls the receptors of your nose and your tongue. Now, I have used herbs personally, but anything strong like charcoal could do. Immersing yourself in these odors helps, in a way, cleanse your palate, block out all the other distractions. The first time Aiden and I performed the rite, I doused him in some of the strongest skunk weed I could find. Boy smelled like he'd been sprayed.
I think maybe we could go for, I mean, maybe I'll figure this out for the time being. It's maybe better for me to be out there with the pups so they don't see me as big and scary. But if we are gonna do that, maybe we like try eucalyptus, something that isn't gonna make me smell like a trash can.
I can definitely find something that is more suitable. With his lupine senses, I had to go strong. He already had sharp senses from his origins. But with you, I think we could do something a little more tasteful. It's a big responsibility, but you're not unfamiliar with responsibility, and honestly, I like this for you for multiple reasons. You know the experience of the first change. You understand the difficulty of transition into the guru lifestyle. And yes, while you bear the authority of a leader, you also have the accessibility of an understanding individual and can differentiate between the two when it is necessary.
I've seen those pups struggle, and they have a wonderful kinseeker. She's not here, but if she could have taken them from far worse and taken them to where they are now, I mean, it's something to look up to. It's something to honor him. And maybe it's something that I can do that isn't on the edge of failure and death.
Fair enough. Well, if you'd like, we could start now. You really only need to perform the rite once to at least get a good layout of the city, an idea. We could send out a ping, as it were, to see what we can pick up, what we can find, and then go from there. Let's just say I'll take you on your first outing to see if we can find Larry.
Oh, okay. Wasn't even expecting it right now, but I mean, when in the Cairn, I guess.
Well, I don't see the situation becoming any less dire anytime soon, especially if the boy is frightened and enraged and something that needs to be dealt with. She stands up slowly from her camping chair and moves into the RV. You hear some rustling around before she comes out with a clay bowl and a mortar and pestle. She then begins walking over towards the campfire, where Artie appears to have finished cleaning up and is now sat at the table writing in his own notebook. As you follow behind, Artie looks up and gives you a warm smile. They are so fucked up. I know that's not the professional thing to say, but I'm off the clock now. Wow.
Yeah, I hear snippets as I go along, and it's a mess. Yeah, and I get to go look for another one, so it'll be fun.
Great. That's awesome. Well, I have the stones. I'm gonna focus on getting this gate open so that they have a way to bring the iron back and everything like that. But if you need anything, let me know. You're in really capable hands. He says, looking towards Eliza, who's moved over to the fire now and is grinding up some of the herbs. How are you feeling about everything?
It's a big question.
Well, I ask the big questions now. That's part of my training.
Well, you're not supposed to use your woo-woo social work magic on me. That's unprofessional, remember?
Hey, I've already put one toe in that pool. Might as well just go full in.
Fair enough. I'm awful. I mean, I'm not awful. I'm fine, but it's a lot.
We can do it. We got this. You're not alone. You don't have to be strong for everybody else. You don't have to show a brave face all the time. We've all been through this together. You can do this. You're going to be amazing.
Baby steps, I think. Baby steps in all directions, but baby steps.
Well, just don't forget to delegate. Don't forget to take time for yourself, time for us. Don't forget what this is all for, why we're doing this. Don't forget it's okay to make mistakes.
Ugh,
Nobody
yes.
is perfect, and nobody's going to get this right the first time, or the second time, or the third time.
You're absolutely right. I just have to convince myself of that.
I'll help.
Well, maybe. It's not technically a date per se, and I know work and home and all of that, but if you want to help me find a puppy, it'd be great.
I would, but I have to focus on this. The Pathstones. I got to get started on this right away. As far as I've done the research, it takes several days to open up the Moon Bridge for the first time. I can, but it means I would just be delaying opening it.
No, that's your whole thing. That's it's kind of your job here, so I can't really take you away from that.
If you're still working on it, I'll join in as soon as I get this done. But yeah, I really should get this open, especially for waiting on the iron. Last I talked to them, they're like leaving to go up to Tilden pretty much immediately after this gets opened.
Oh, then yeah, absolutely top priority.
If it weren't so urgent, you know I'd love to.
We'll find another date night.
We'll find another puppy, I'm sure. It seems like they're growing out of the ground like weeds, and I mean that in the most horrifying sense right now.
You lose one, you gain 5, or at least one.
One thing I'll say about the kids. This is the best I've seen them so far. They want to do good. I think they're motivated, and I think that once Charles gives them their job, I think they'll be in the right direction. They're just still figuring it all out, and we know all about that.
Absolutely, we're still figuring it out. We just try to pretend like we know what we're doing most of the time. Because if we didn't know what we were doing and projected that onto them, then I think they would be a lot worse off.
Yeah. Well, it's good that they're home. And from what I can tell, that was a rough time up there. They got the job done, but not without some issues.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about it from Ray. He seems to be learning how to fit in that leadership space, though, for all of its bumps and bruises. But he's getting there.
He had a great teacher.
Thanks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. I know that's the silliest thing to say because you're gonna be, and I'm gonna have to remind you over and over and over and over again, which I gladly will do. But we're doing really good, all things considered. And even with a dragon and now that person and who knows what else is showing up, You're handling it really well. And everybody's doing their jobs as they should. It's a well-oiled machine we've got going here. And that's because of you. So, just remind yourself of that.
I think it's because of everyone. I think that's one of the reasons that I worry so much is it's going pretty well, all things considered. And waiting for a shoe to drop somewhere.
Always look out for it, but don't put all your energy into looking for it. Just be ready for it. If you're looking for the shoe, you're not paying attention to everything else. If it happens, and we will respond accordingly. We've already had to deal with a few things, and now with the loss of a pack member and everything else. Oh, one of the hellhounds also took off, so that's 2. But we've got it. We will respond accordingly. We have to. We will adjust. We will accommodate. We will acclimate.
Okay, we'll adjust. We'll figure it out. We'll find Bat Boy, and the puppy, and do more work with the gators, and changelings, and leeches, and we'll figure it out. If I think about it too long, it starts to make my brain hurt. So we'll just keep going.
If you need me when you're out there, just give me a call. I'll be there. I really do need to focus on this if we're going to get it open in time before they leave. And I need both sides to... It's a whole thing. This is a lot more complicated than I thought it would be. As he's talking, you see him reach down into a satchel and pull out a pill bottle. And he unscrews the top and pops a pill into his hand and then pops it into his mouth before screwing the pill bottle back on and putting it back into his satchel. We got this.
Do I know what his pill bottle is? What he has?
I would say you have seen that the energy drinks have gone away, but you have seen him taking pills lately. And from your guess, they are probably caffeine pills.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, that makes sense.
He drinks
just smile.
coffee, but it doesn't seem to match what he needs, and so he has been supplementing.
I'll smile at him. If you got better at enjoying tea, black tea is actually really good for you and helpful.
Gross, disgusting leaf water. It's awful. I don't understand how anybody does it. Like, it has no taste. Like, you have to put so much sugar in there and milk, and otherwise it's just bitter.
Do you like lemonade?
Yeah.
It's just lemon, water, and sugar.
Yeah, lemon isn't leaf. Leaves are what we feed our animals.
It's plant. It's fruit, so it's from a plant, so it's similar. But I guess I see where you're coming from.
Regardless, this works for now. Anyway, he looks over towards Eliza, who has now finished grinding up the herbs and is looking over towards you.
I better go before I get in trouble.
Teacher's
can't
waiting.
Right, can't be slacking off.
No.
Would tarnish my A student
Oh, we can't have that. Then we're all going downhill after that.
Right. Then I might just go, full arty.
Oh,
Get dreads.
no.
No?
No.
Okay.
No. We can't go backwards. That's steps back. No, we got to go forward.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You make a persuasive argument, and she'll lean over and give him a kiss.
I would love to see you with dreads. That I can't lie. That would be yes, that'd be interesting. Go do good.
You too. Love you.
Love you. And he pulls the stones out and starts writing into the book. As you step over to the fire, Eliza has a very fond smile as she looks on at the two of you as you approach. All right. So, it's still going to be very overwhelming, but it won't cling to your clothes as much as what I did with Aiden. Close your eyes and step into the smoke when it starts to burn. You're going to need to breathe deeply. Your lungs will burn. Your nose will feel like it's on fire. Your taste buds will feel like you have eaten the spiciest of spicy food. Despite all that, I need you to stay as focused as you possibly can. Push your senses outward. Now, I know you have a similar ability that allows you to track all of the members of your pack and their well-being. We're going beyond that. We're reaching out to the unknown, to those that are new or have not quite transitioned. Now, there will be a lot of interference, a lot of distractions. You may even still pick up the pings or the sensations of some of the other young Guru in our midst. You need to push past that. Look for something unfamiliar. Are you ready?
Sounds intimidating, but I mean, into the deep end, right?
It's the only way to go. She puts her hand into the bowl, takes out a handful of the herbs, and starts sprinkling them into the fire. She then reaches into her satchel and pulls out another packet and throws it into the fire, which explodes into sparks. As the plumes of smoke start to emanate from the burning packages, you can see that they grow into a very thick gray cloud. More so than the typical smoke that comes off of a campfire. This seems dense, thick, and almost humid as it rises up. She then puts a hand on your back and gestures towards the smoke. Breathe in deep. Keep your breathing steady. You don't need to hold it. As you step into the smoke, it is very thick and dense. It's strong. And as she said, almost immediately, your lungs start to burn. Your nostrils feel like they're on fire. Your tongue and your mouth starts to dry. Breathing in deep, you feel your senses start to dull. Through this, you hear Eliza's voice. Good. Now push your senses outwards. open yourself to the sensations of other Guru. Look outwards. Feel for them. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom and investigation.
Okay, and can I add anything because of Eliza helping?
You sure can. Yeah, you can add a regular dice and a rage dice.
I'm at rage 1 or 2.
I would say you're probably at a comfortable 1 right now. Despite the unsteadiness of things, it's been a calm and relaxing evening, and the conversation with Eliza has helped.
Okay. While Aspen has her eyes closed, she's gonna almost like breathing in with all the burning to distract herself. She's almost gonna imagine the smoke turning into little wolves, like a pack of wolves running in all different directions, kind of spanning out over the Tampa area. And I rolled 3 successes.
As you breathe in, those smoky, spectral wolves reaching out across the area. At first, you don't smell anything except that thick and heavy smoke, which does have an herbal essence to it. But then an odor breaks through after a few moments. At first, it's small, a minute sensation, and then it grows. And almost like the branches of a tree, it breaks off in varying directions. There's a cluster of the sensations headed off in a very specific direction. You can tell this is likely the Hellhounds, as they all transitioned within the last year or so. And then there are 2 others. One branching eastward from the cairn, and one branching west. One is far stronger than the other, but there's a faint, very faint scent that is breaking off as well. Seems like it'd be very hard to track at this moment, but it's there, and it's separated from the rest. Almost in your mind, you can feel like pins on a map dropping. There's one off in the woods of the cairn, you know to be Delphine, who's been sleeping at the cairn in her lupus form lately. A cluster of others at the home that the Hellhounds have been afforded. And then the faint one doesn't give you a solid pin. It gives you a direction. And then the stronger unknown gives you a trail that you can definitely follow. But it doesn't give you an exact location either. But if you were to follow the scent, you're pretty sure it would lead you to your intended target. Now, you're pretty certain that has to be Larry, as you've been able to identify most of the others, but there is that unknown. At this point, Eliza, giving you several moments to focus, your eyes moving underneath your eyelids as if you're tracking and following the various scents. What do you see?
The hellhounds. There's a strong sense that I could possibly, more than likely, track. She kind of points in the direction that she kind of senses it. And then she's going to move her hand to the opposite direction. But there's something else that I can't quite figure out.
All right. Describe it. What you can't figure out. What are you experiencing?
It's similar to all of the others, but it's like I can't quite track it and I can't quite put my finger on it. Almost like a ghost of something. Like I know it's there, but it's intangible.
All right. That's likely either a kin that is quite distant from here, and you're getting a vague sense of their direction. Can't get a good enough read on it to pinpoint them. Or it's a kin that has quite some time until their change. Therefore, they have not started to truly exude the odor yet. You're getting the first whiffs of what is to become. It's very rare, but it is possible. The likelihood is the former, that there is a kin some distance away and you are just getting residual sensations.
Okay. Should I keep an eye on it? Should I kind of...
Well, whether
look at
you
it?
intend to or not, you're going to for at least some time. Now that you've done the right, they're going to stand out in your mind, and you'll be able to look in on them for a while until such time as you perform the right again, or until you need to perform the right again. But it's never a terrible thing to be aware of. One thing that I've learned about the first change is that it's unpredictable, and it can come on quickly. Even the most experienced kin seekers have found themselves too late when they thought they had more time. But for now, I think we have our heading from the sounds of it.
I guess you follow me.
Do. But we'll set out first thing in the morning. It won't go away. Now that it's there, you'll be able to find it for some time to come. Get some rest, and tomorrow morning we'll head out.
Aspen stands and kind of stares in the direction that it is, because if it's Larry, she's been working towards this and trying to figure this out for like a week, and now she has some sort of semblance of something, so all she wants to do is go get it and do it and get it done. But she's trying to listen to Eliza's advice because she has no idea what she's doing. This is the first time she's ever even tried something like this, so she will begrudgingly accept and turn back to Eliza.
Promise. We will find it. It is no hurry. Just be patient. It is late. If they are out there, they are likely also finding themselves at rest for the time being. First thing in the morning. We don't want to be going into the woods at the dark, especially if they are unhinged.
You make an excellent point. Okay, yes, we'll wait.
She gives you a smile and reaches over and touches your arm, giving it a gentle squeeze. You're doing well. This is just the start. With practice and repeated attempts at the ritual, you'll be able to become more precise. And you'll be able to understand the timing of the upcoming change more and more. But I think this is good for you.
Thank you, Eliza.
My pleasure, darling. So as she gives you one last squeeze and moves off back towards the RV, what's going through your mind? Looking over at Artie, who's hard at work. He's now pulled out his phone and propped it up, turning on the flashlight as he's scribbling in the notebook.
So there's still that little bit of biting in the back of her head of like, but it's right there, but it's obviously potentially dangerous, so I won't, but I want to. But I listen to my elders, but I want to. And then there's other little things of like, oh, Artie looks so cute when he's working. But a lot of it really comes down to, for everything that they have going on, for everything that they're working towards, and as much as it feels like a lot, it's knowing that we have people, like skilled people that know what they're doing and are working just as hard. And as long as everybody sticks together, we can figure it out.
When you do go to rest, do you head home or do you stay at the cairn?
I will stay at the Cairn as long as Artie does. So if he's there late into the night, I'll just probably fall asleep with my head on the table, just watching him.
Artie does stay at the cairn, and in fact stays all night working on the pathstones. With that, we transition to another scene that's happening simultaneously in another area of the cairn. Jace, after the last few days, after that apparent week that you spent in the Umbra, after being guided by the deer woman and encountering the Camazotz and hearing of a potential story from the trees of the white bat and the collapse of a cairn, it's easy to say that there's a lot of spiritual goings on as of late, especially in your mind. So as you are sitting off to the side, having found a small area for yourself, almost like a grove that you've started to make your own, especially after all the time that you've had to spend here during your infection, you've needed to find your own places, spaces that you could call your own. As you're sitting and contemplating all of this, you close your eyes and take in a deep breath, trying to find some center in all of the tumultuousness that has been the last few days. And when you open them again, you're not alone. Because sitting Next to you is a large black rat. He stares at you with as furrowed of a brow as a rat could have, his nose twitching. You fucking meditating?
I was trying to. You know how hard, that sense you get when people are staring? Yeah, it's hard to do that when I have a rat staring at me.
Keep going. He puts his chin on his paw.
Stage fright.
Fun.
I am. It's just that.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. How you been?
Same old, same old. A little bit of here, a little bit of there, a little bit of everywhere. But how have you been?
All things considered, better. The whole infection thing's gone. My mind is mine again. Body is partly mine. But overall, doing well. Just, trying to piece stories together the best I can.
All right. Well, I'm here for a reason. I don't know why. I just kind of show up, and that's weird. But that tells me you probably need something.
Yeah, insight on a lot. First, this place. I've heard the story about how this place was built, the fall of it, and what it represented, and the people who are here and what they did. Only thing that there's something missing. There's something else that went on here. I feel like there's something that connects this further to what's going on. I can't find it.
Well, as I'm sure you can tell, this place isn't like other cairns. It's different. It's unique. There's only a few spaces like this in the world. Those that came before stumbled upon this place when they were making homes. It was an unbridled font of power, energy. I guess, in a way, they gave it structure. They focused it, built a home around it. The followers of Turtle, they could build homes like no one else. In fact, some say they taught many of the others all that they know about building cairns. And it only scratches the surface of the knowledge that they had. Places like this one of the secrets that died with them until y'all stumbled upon it. I'm still kind of curious how that happened.
I'm not sure. I found this place because you brought me here. It's the only reason I knew about it.
And among many other reasons why you should be here, maybe you can help answer that question for me. How did they find this place? Why did they know about it? And how did they learn to open it? Because as far as I know, that knowledge doesn't exist in Guru culture anymore. And hasn't for a very, very long time.
I'll look into it for you. Because I also want to know more about it. The only person that kind of knows a little bit is Eliza, but she knows more than she lets on anyways.
Yeah.
Because she's a tricky one. She will give a lot by not answering much of anything, but will direct a path. But the path is very shrouded. So that's fun.
Fucking stargazers. I used to have a beef with them. Their patron, Chimera. Fucking asshole, that one. What I hear, they broke with Chimera, which is why I haven't just shit in her cereal every day. But I don't know who they deal with now.
You don't know.
No.
Master of Secrets Rats doesn't know that.
Can't know everything, kid. As much as I want to, as much as I try to. Some things are hidden even from me.
I might poke at that one a little bit. Figure it out for the both of us.
You got an inroad that I don't. As much as her and I have had some nice chats, you think she's vague with you. It's like playing fucking chess with that one. Who can say the vaguest shit to one another while trying to get their point across?
I'd enjoy watching you guys play chess.
Eventually, one of us ends up throwing the board, and it's usually me. But that's not the point.
Right. So, correct me if I'm saying this wrong, but the Croatan, the ones that were here doing the building, Eliza was saying that they built for not just for Guru.
What they say, yeah. They had connections to other changing breeds before the war and even after. They were peacekeepers of sorts, almost like diplomats. Their knowledge was sought after. They were the sensible brother. Although it was their impulsiveness, their misguided honor that got them killed.
They did a sacrifice play, not really looking at the overall end of how that would turn out for everyone else.
You ask me, it was pride.
I could see that. If Gru overall history, there's been this constant battle between the other changing breeds. Why do they go out of their way? I know you said diplomats, but why go out of their way to help and make places, homes for other changing breeds?
Well, Guru aren't the only changing breeds I serve.
All right, fair.
I got my own kids to tend after.
Any of those around?
They might be here sooner than you think.
Okay.
Can't
Just
seed
add
the
that.
ground with only one type of crop.
I'll add it to the list of things to let leadership know about. I'm sure they'll be very excited to meet your kids.
Question is the feeling mutual?
Put a good word in for me?
I'll do what I can.
Okay.
They're a little bit twitchy, as you can expect, as all the others are. The big bad wolf blew all the houses down.
Shouldn't be trying to eat all the pigs. Eliza brought up something when I came back, and I'm going to get back to this thing that happened to me. The white bat. From what she was saying, there's a screech, a howl, something would happen as the last one perished. Last week, I guess, Jester and I came in contact with a bat, like in the deep umbra, like deep out there. And their experience that they had is strange. And I don't know a lot about these bat people or anything so much that, but they're not all there. Like, as far as mentally, they were saying that there's voices in their head, one telling them to do something, another one trying to convince them to do something else.
Well, you know how I play both sides of the fence. I'm here with you and your cousins, brothers and sisters, but I also have my kids. Bat, well, they have been, or at least once upon a time, played both sides of the fence too. Except their side of the fence is, well, a lot grosser than mine is, and that's saying something.
Yeah.
Bat became the patron of the Black Spiral Dancers. Now, I think that happened around or shortly after the time all the Camazotz died. But White Bat, they're different. Not the same entity. From what I can tell, they're likely a sept patron, a lesser spirit, maybe somehow connected to Bat, but not Bat themselves. As for the Shriek, well, can you blame them? After everything they've been through?
No. Just from what they were saying, no. Their change was recent too, within around the beginning of the year.
Well, yeah, they were extinct.
That's the part that I'm not. There's something else to this puzzle. They're coming back because of a power of something bringing them back. How is that power being focused to do that? What is awakening it further to push it out to cause that to happen? Because they were extinct. Nothing was there, and now it is.
Put the pieces together, kid. What's the connection?
I know it has to do with this place. I get that.
I told you this place had unbridled power. And now you add history to it. Those that tended to and took care of this place were dead and gone. And this place was silent, sleeping. When they came here, when they did what they did, they woke that sleeping giant up. And I don't think they quite understood just everything that was entailed with waking that giant up. Now you've got Vocale, Camazotz returning from extinction. The Croatan were connected to most of the changing breeds in one way or another, at least those in the Americas. That power, that energy, it has to meld at some point, especially if they built the first cairns of the Camazotz.
I've avoided touching the trees around this area, but everyone who goes, kinda, yeah. I don't want to catch any part of spiritual or tree herpes of any sort. I don't know how to get rid of that. I don't know if a cream or if it's like a weird something you have to do.
Well, I can tell you, you won't catch anything because you aren't melded with it like the others are. You're a visitor. You're not a resident. At least, not yet.
We might take that plunge sooner than later.
But you can't. Not for at least a few months yet. If what I understand is true.
You can understand my wariness of touching plants. Last plant that I really got close to, I inhaled and things happened, so.
Well, yeah, if it's gonna spit in your face, don't go breathing that shit in. But I think if you touch a little bark, you'll be all right.
I'll give it a shot. I swear, if I get sick from this, though, you and I are going to have words. Beg, see? But we'll see what happens first.
If you get sick from this, I'm just going to put a mask on. Or, you know, hazmat suit.
What do you know about the a deer hunting lady?
Oh.
She yeah. That lady gave me a little bit of the heebie-jeebies when she comes out of nowhere and then looks at me and asks if I'm a good man.
She's an interesting one. She's not quite one of ours, but she's from our side of the fence.
So can trust her or like keep some space?
Well, one thing I'll tell you right now is you can't trust anyone until you know their intentions.
Sound like her intentions to hunt bad men.
Sure, but why?
Another thing for me to uncover.
Everyone has reasons for what they do, even spirits. And very few are altruistic. Her little mission, well, it seems like it does good. What's it fueled by? Gotta be fueled by something. For the dark shit she does, you don't just wake up one day and decide to do that.
Now there's a reason for everything.
That's right.
Rat, I do feel like I'm struggling a little bit, to be completely honest.
Just a little.
I was trying to give myself some credit.
All right.
Well,
You want a sticker?
a cookie would be nice, but you don't have either, so I guess I'm up shit's creek again.
You wouldn't want the cookie I'd give you. Probably came out of a dumpster.
Not the worst thing I've eaten. I'm trying to keep things balanced the best I can with the spirits, and now with Ravi and the plants and everything. But with as much that is going on, I don't know which one to take the more precedent. Like, which one should I be focusing on more? Because I was sent here for the spirits, but there's so much more than that. And you're the one that brought me. Which one do I focus on?
Believe it or not, kid, they're all connected. You just gotta find the connection, and you gotta trace it back to find which is more pressing. All of these changing breeds coming here. It's not a coincidence. They're being called. They're hearing a sound they haven't heard in a very long time. Something primal and deep within stirs upon hearing the call. almost as if it's buried in their ancestry. Now, the gator, she knows what the call is, but that's their little special gift. But the others, they're coming in blind as bats. And yes, we can get into the whole bats aren't blind bullshit, but let's just stick with the metaphor for now.
I'm following you.
They hear something. It pulls them here. And then they get here, and they don't know what to do with that. They see everything that they've been taught and trained and led to believe they should hate and fear. Standing in the very place they've been called to. Should they fight it? Should they destroy it? Were they called here to defeat it? And then, when they get here, what's waiting here is offering talks of peace. Just like they did before. Except, for a lot of them before, led to a claw in the back. Or fangs at the jugular. But if it's calling to them, what else is it calling to? You know there's another connection. A sleeping giant that's still sleeping. And where is that giant?
Place I can't get to.
No, but a place they can. Who's to say they didn't feel it too? Who's to say all of what they're doing here isn't because of that? The ripples that emanated from this place awakening could have sent shockwaves a lot further than were intended. Unbridled power.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Because if it's awakening them because of the patron that was here, I might have to have a lot of conversations.
That patron isn't here to welcome them in, to tell them it's okay, to assure them that they're safe. All they see is what they've learned to hate and fear. Meanwhile, the welcoming committee that should be here is somewhere else, trapped. Probably still hearing the call, but unable to do anything about it.
I was told the best way to assist them is to help Ravi and their people. Once that's taken care of, they'll assist me to go over and help.
How
take care of
fucking convenient.
Right? Yeah, because they have the ability now, but need to take care of their plant problem first.
Almost like there's always a quid pro quo.
Yep. So once that's dealt with and the weird wolf plant monstrosity thing, and we take care of the actual plant facility itself, then I'll be able to actually move forward with that. It's having to deal with that. We have iron supposed to be coming in or something like that, and then moving forward should be easier at that point. It's just waiting.
At the mention of iron coming in, you see Rat fidget a little bit, shifting slightly.
Yeah, fleas.
I mean, always. Just a little.
Okay. Little fleas, right? They're not the giant ones.
Do you remember what I told you?
I try to remember all of it.
Don't forget. You've got important things to do. You know it. I know it. And if there's anything us rats know, always have another backup plan. Always prepare for the worst.
Keep no one at your back so no one can stab you there.
That's right.
I will try moving forward with this. You've actually helped piece a lot of that together. So thank you. I'll get you a couple beers next time you come by the bar.
Good. Don't give me that bottom shelf shit. I know you're cheaping me. A patron can't get a free good drink somewhere.
I could liquidate further for you, sure. You know what? Next time, whatever you want. You point it out, I'll make it.
At this point, another voice enters into the conversation.
Rod, are you harassing Jace?
From up above, in the sky, a glowing light begins to descend. Rat looks up and then gives the biggest eye roll a rat could ever give. Ugh, this bitch. As the light gets closer, it dangles from a tree limb, forming a swing beneath it, before taking the shape of a young woman. She looks to be about 13, 14, maybe 16 years old. It's kind of a weird, hard to distinguish age. She's got a mixture of features of both Jester and Aspen.
Hunters,
Hey, Star, how are you?
I'm okay. What an adventure you had.
Yeah, you could say that. This place is always giving me the wildest of rides.
Well, that one was wilder than most. You went even further than I usually can see.
I didn't even realize I was there till I walked into the cave and started touching.
She gives a look over to Rat before saying,
Just be careful who you get in the car with.
You sound just like her.
I know that you've been talking to Rat, and he's probably been answering most of your questions, but I can't help but show out when someone's in need. Is there anything I can do to help?
again, Rat gives the biggest eye roll and then raises a paw to wipe his nose and just like shake it off.
Look over towards Rat, then back up to Star. With Rat's wisdom, he's been able to provide insight to different things. He was helping me connect how the Croatan and how the Caern itself is causing some of the ripples that are happening. So with that, I'm finding out the best path to go on. And that's where I'm standing now. Trying to move forward.
Well, let's do it. It's good to have a direction, and to have ideas, and to have insight. There are a lot of different paths converging and separating. Not just here, but in other places as well. One of the nice things about being so high up is you can see more. But it's hard to watch it all the time. Be careful trying to walk all the paths at the same time. It's easy to get lost.
That's why I got you guys. Help me stay on the right one. Or at Rats, he pushes me in the right one. Star, I'm sure you would gently try and light the path for me.
Yeah. That's more my style.
Rat scoffs. Are you complaining? Bitch, bitch, bitch. You pushing me down the path. Blah, 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 blah.
You've literally pushed me down the path. So is it bitching when it's an actual fact that I have been pushed by you? I didn't say it hurt. Just
You
that you
loved
have
it.
pushed me. You weren't. Sure. It was helpful. You got me on the right path.
Just want you to know that you are part of the pack, and if you ever need help, I'm here. It's been a while since there's been another Theurge besides Eliza, and I miss talking with the Theurges, and the others are so distracted lately that I just end up looking on a lot. I'm a good listener, if nothing else. But if you just need to sort through some things, just call out and I'll listen.
You're right. We've been distracted. But when I'll try to make a harder effort in order to talk to you, because I do want to get your insight on things, because you're up there, so you see everything, or you try to.
Believe it or not, we still only had so many eyes.
Look up to the. That seems like an awful lot.
Well, there's a lot of us, sure.
Star, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Why did you agree to be their patron? Or our patron?
Well, I've known them since they first arrived here. And the first time I ever talked to them, the first time they ever called out for guidance, it was to help somebody else. It wasn't for themselves. It wasn't for selfish means. Yes, they did benefit from it, but if you only think of selfless acts as ones you can't benefit from, you're gonna find those few and far between. Because even indirectly, there's a benefit to be had, even if it's just the good feeling you get from doing something good for someone else. But they've always put others before themselves. Even when they've had cause not to. And they treated me with respect when I was just a messenger. When I was just Baby Star, delivering messages from Luna. He treated me kindly. And I like that. It's
one of
nice
the things
to
I
feel
like about them
wanted.
too.
Yeah.
The fact that they are constantly wanting to better the things around them is a huge part of why I'm staying. Nothing against my other one, but it just I wouldn't say selflessness, but just the selfless acts that they're constantly doing.
Also, the promotion doesn't hurt.
And she giggles and kicks her feet as she swings, stretching out.
I don't know if they've told you, but you're doing a great job.
I try. I sometimes worry when you lose some, like Lucas, that I'm not showing them the right way, but I understand that everyone has to find their own path. And sometimes that path takes us away from each other, but we always find our way home. And I'm there to light the way.
I'm glad that you're not taking it to heart, because it wasn't you.
I know.
Just some heavy shit that happened. Sorry. Stuff that happened.
I know. I saw it.
You're right.
Rat, at this point, is laid out on his back, his tongue lolled out to the side in his, like, corpse-like pose.
You have a lot on your plate. And I know that being sick made you feel detached. Cut off. And maybe you got used to that feeling. Maybe you're a little bit hesitant about reaching out again. especially after what happened with the carrion spirits. That's not your fault, Ace. You didn't do that. They did.
It's hard to look past that first time anything like that's happened, when sending out a spirit and for it to come back corrupted the way it was. And then I wouldn't say that they were polite starting out, but they were willing to help. And then the immediate switch to attacking us and being so distant. Yeah, it kind of put a chip in things, made it hard to look past.
It's not normal. It's unusual even for us. Don't blame yourself. You're up against something you've never had to combat before. Up against something, I dare say, no other Guru has likely had to combat before. This force is unnatural. Doesn't belong here. What they're doing, well, it goes against everything, even everything the world believes. It's an abomination.
I agree. With your sight, have you been able to pierce that veil to be able to look in there?
It's very, very thick. A heavy cloud. A shroud that covers the area. Occasionally, I can get glimpses and see through, but only small glimpses, and I have to be looking at the right time. Again, it's hard to look everywhere at once. But what they're doing, it's strange. They're bringing about a world where nothing's meant to live, but life still happens. It conflicts with itself.
Survival versus life.
To a point, survival's natural, but this is an overabundance of wild energy. Imagine if it was the wild that got out of balance and not the worm. But yet the worm is still a part of it. It's strange.
We'll get it figured out. We'll get it taken care of. This problem, we're figuring it out. We're getting headway here and there. And with the proficiency that this pack has, other ones I've seen, even ones that are older, I don't foresee would have the foresight that we're able to do here. I think them, us being as young as we are able to think things a little bit differently. So we will get it taken care of. It's just, it's hard to fight on so many fronts.
Not as many as you think. It just seems like so many. They're trying to overwhelm you. They're trying to keep you off center, off balance, confused. But really, you know the front you're fighting on. You know what you're fighting, and you know how to beat it. Now, you just need to make a plan. You need to get your resources together. You need to attack. You've been on the defensive, off center, off balance, waiting for the next unknown disaster. Letting them slowly infect and infiltrate. Letting them grow. They're confident. They feel strong. They feel unchallenged. Like the weeds that they are. Even if you pull some up, others will grow in its place. Because you're going for the weeds, you're not going for the root. Because you're afraid.
Yeah, we are scared. I see your point, though. Attacking the pawns won't deal with the problem. Looking back at Rat when playing chess, sometimes you gotta make a big move.
Rat at this point has turned over on his belly and has his paws up under his chin. Now we're talking about something interesting.
As far as a big move, if we are able to get the things that are needed, a big hit to them, there's that big monstrosity wolf thing. I don't know if they could recreate it or not, but showing that we could take that down.
My guess is whatever it took to make that isn't easily duplicated, or else you'd be fighting 20 of them. So, I'd pretty much just worry about the one.
Yeah.
I mean, always keep your eyes open for a second, but if you can take down the first one, maybe the second one won't be so bad. If there is a second.
If she thinks like we do, they would be them in reserves, but I don't know if they do. So,
well, like Twinkle Toes over there said, the cocky, the confident. They sent one of those things after you and you ran away with your tails between your legs, yelping.
But when they sent it the second time, we did not.
You had a nice chat. But I think you even knew going to fight that thing right now was a fruitless effort.
Yeah.
That was just a intimidation tactic. But what did you learn from that? They don't want to fight you. They want you out of the way. They wanted to fight you, they'd already be here. So as cocky and confident as they are, They're showing their ass.
Star!
Star looks over at Rat.
Language.
Bite me.
I'll bring it up to the pack. I will let them know about both of your counsel on this.
Like I said, if you ever need me, I'm here. Even when you're out there, I'm watching. This might be the only place you can see me, but it's not the only place you can hear me.
Understood.
I am your patron.
You are.
One of his patrons. One of. And not even the best one.
You both have your merits.
Alright, well, I should be getting back.
Thank you, Star.
She gives a little wave and starts to swing. And before long, she kicks off the swing and goes up into the sky before she becomes just a glowing dot rising up. Rat just looks up, following the glowing dot. So fucking pretentious. Ooh, look at me. I'm flying up into the sky. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. She wasn't so fucking cute.
We can't do that, so I'm just, if I could fly, but and a flying rat, you know how much shit you could get into? Flying, literal shitting, you'd be a pigeon.
Listen, most of the things that are flying hunt my kind, so
Don't make it easy. All right, fair enough. I get that makes sense.
yeah, you don't want to get on their turf.
Right.
One advantage we have is we're down here and we know where to go. They gotta like flap their little wings around and try to find the place we are exposed. Anyway, I'm here too, like she said. And if you want some real counsel, this guy. But
You did show up first.
you know it.
Reach down for like a fist bump to him, like, I appreciate you.
Yeah, I know. It gives you a little rat fist bump. Just, don't forget your tithes, your tidings, and to do, the good work. And, look out for the other one of mine around here. He's, feeling especially butthurt lately. For good reason.
I'll see what I can do.
Good. All right. Peace out, hombre. He flops down onto all fours and goes scurrying off. What's going through your mind after this conversation with Rat and Star?
They provided additional clarity. The thoughts that he was having on the ripples that were going through, Rat was able to help with the puzzle that Jace is trying to get going in his mind. But the additional pieces he knows he has to go and seek out. He's trying to figure out which tree to go to. He's going to need to talk to Eliza. But the strike that they had brought up and then taking on that wolf, at the moment he felt very confident in it. But now that he's alone again, that small sense of fear of it chasing after him and Charles settles in, and that idea of having to fight it is now back at the forefront, and that fear starting to creep back in.
And with that, we take our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Welcome back. In the first half, Aspen began the journey to becoming a kinseeker, and Jace got a few answers from the spirits to some questions that have been lingering, as well as a little bit of confidence, or a confidence boost, from two of his patrons, his tribe patron and his pack patron. As we return in the second half, the hunt is on, but no, it's not the kind of satisfying hunt that ends in a kill or a trophy. No, this is more like the shepherding of a wild cat, trying to get them to go to the vet or trying to get them into the bathtub. Because Jester and Charles are on the hunt for the Camazotz known as Alexander, who, when they last saw, said he was hungry, so he was going to go get a cow before taking off without another word. Now, we find Jester and Charles out east in the farmlands, in the fields, some of the only area of the coastal region of Florida where there's space. You have to head inland for over an hour to find this area. But when you do find it, there is space. There's fields, there's barns, there's livestock. This is a place that Charles has frequented as of late, trimming back the hives of the mushroom creatures. But there are some places that still remain untouched, and that's where the search began. Now, there's also a lot of space like this, and depending on where you're looking, depending on where you want to go, it could take a while to hunt down an individual like this, because the entire inland region of Florida, as long as you're not near a beach, is pretty much like this. And with a Camazotz as unpredictable as Alexander, who knows how far he went to find a meal. So, Jester, I'd like to start with you rolling a wits and investigation.
What's my rage at?
I would say you're probably at a rage 1. Things have settled for the most part. I mean, this isn't a intense hunt as much as you'd like to get it over with. Maybe Charles is more on edge, but you are not as much. You know that you and Alexander have at least a tenuous understanding, so you're not expecting a conflict. He seemed in good spirits as far as you could tell the last time you parted ways, so hopefully you found a meal and everything will be fine. You can also take an additional 2 dice from Charles's assistance in investigating or trying to find any sign or trail of Alexander.
Boogie. I got 3 successes.
Okay, so it takes a while. You spend a good majority of the day searching, and as darkness falls, you could tell that there is frustration building in the car as Charles drives. You could tell he would much rather be doing other things than this, but also would rather you aren't doing this by yourself, especially after you disappeared for a week looking for this bat. So now he has guaranteed he is going to be with you in any matters concerning this bat, at least for the foreseeable future. So as he drives, his hands gripping the steering wheel, you can almost hear the sounds of teeth grinding very faintly from over on his side as he's looking outside of the car. He's got the window rolled down slightly, and every now and then you can hear him taking a deep inhalation as if he's literally sniffing the air for any kind of scent or sign.
Are you okay over there?
I'm fine.
Look, I'm sorry. It was my fuck up. I shouldn't have let him go. I I was wondering what happened to the door on my club.
He takes a deep breath, and the sound of grinding teeth stops. It's not your fault. This is a lot
Kinda is.
for anyone to handle. I don't know how you convinced that thing to come back here in the first place. The fact that you could even get back, we don't know what they're capable of. Best we can hope for is that he didn't draw a lot of attention to himself. That's my biggest concern. I don't think you did anything wrong. I'm thinking about all of the precautions we're going to have to take once this Alexander is living with us.
It's
But
gonna be a lot. I know.
the club was a shock to me as well when we first arrived. It was quite overturned. That would be surprising to anyone to come back to. I don't hold you responsible for this. I just want it to be done with.
Oh, soon. He's gotta be. Unless he went back. I'll also put on the aura shades. Just keeping an eye out on the Umbra occasionally as well.
As you slide the glasses on, which give you that photo negative perspective of both sides, nothing seems to amiss. Everything seems to be in its place for the most part. Roll me a wits and awareness now that you have this additional sight.
Do I get the 2 additional from Charles or?
He is not looking into the Umbra at the moment, so no.
Okay. Well, I got 4 successes, so it's okay.
As you're looking and driving along the fields, your eyes are drawn from the other side. On the other side, up above, even though it is late at night, you see spiritual circling happening. And as you try to focus your eyes, you can see what look like crows or maybe buzzards circling off above one of the fields far out. In fact, it looks to be mostly centered above a farmhouse and a barn off in one of the fields nearby.
I'll take the glasses off and like peer in that direction normally.
Looking off there now, you don't see anything off-putting. You see, in the distant field, a barn and a farmhouse. All the lights are off in the farmhouse as it is later in the evening, but nothing else at the moment, at least from this far away, seems out of sorts.
Hey, Charles, this farmhouse over here to the left of us, is that one of the ones that the plant incursions happen at?
No, I've moved beyond most of the usual hive areas.
Moved beyond?
Yes, we've driven past.
Ah. We should check that barn out. There's
Very
something.
well.
There's some flying things circling in the Umbra.
All right. He turns the car into the long driveway, which is some gravel, but mostly just dirt road that leads up to the farmhouse. As you approach, you can see off to one side that there's a pickup truck parked in the driveway off to the side. There are no lights on in the house, but there's a porch light on the front porch. And surveying the scene, you see blood and drag marks pulling into the barn.
Whatever this is, I don't think it's good.
My thoughts exactly.
Shall we go investigate?
Probably for the best.
I'll hop out of the car.
Puts the car in park, and almost immediately, as if it's his routine, going back to the trunk, popping it open, reaching in and grabbing a few supplies, strapping a sawed-off shotgun to his hip. He grabs the sunglasses and puts them on his forehead, and the headphones, which he dangles around his neck, not completely equipping them.
I'll go to the trunk and pull out my clave and attach it to the buttoned strap on the back, the sheath, so that want me to scout the house first?
Probably would be a good idea.
I'll shift into lupus and go sniffing around the house looking for other signs of drag marks, but also signs of life, possibly.
Okay, give me a wits and investigation.
Three successes.
Dropping down into your lupus form, getting closer to the earth, the fur spreading over your limbs, your hands becoming paws, your nose and mouth becoming a snout. You breathe in the air as you start to approach the house. There is the strong iron tang of blood. Dense, thick, heavy. Approaching the house, you try to sniff for other signs, but that scent of blood is so heavy and thick, it's kind of hard to break out of your nostrils to allow you to pick up any of the other scents in the area. But your eyes still work, and your ears still work. So as you move around the house, taking in the small one-story farmhouse, there's no lights on in the house. There doesn't appear to be any movement. You don't hear any sounds, no music, no TV playing. You move around to what you think could be the bedroom, positioned back in a back corner of the house. Putting your paws up on the railing of the window, you raise your eyes up to peek in to the other side. It's very dark inside, and the curtains are drawn for the most part, but there's enough of a crack in the curtains that you can make out some of the features. Giving yourself a moment for your eyes to adjust, you see that the bed is made. Nobody's home. In fact, looking further, you see that the closet beyond the bed is open, and there are several empty hangers hanging from the closet railing.
Sit for a moment, or pull back for a moment, sit. Walk back towards Charles. And shift back into Hamid.
Did you find anything?
No one's home. The bed is made. There's clothes missing from their closet. So didn't really tell me a whole lot, then maybe they're gone, maybe they left. Maybe somebody stole their clothes and made their bed. I don't know.
What do you think is the most likely scenario?
Well, there's blood and drag marks from the house to the barn, so it doesn't look very good.
True. Would you like to go there first, then?
Let's check the barn out.
All right. He, keeping his hand on the shotgun that's strapped to his leg, moves to approach the barn. As he gets to the slightly ajar barn door, you hear the sounds of squelching meat and heavy, loud chewing, and even a little bit of splashing. Amidst the chews, you can make out the sounds of
Is that Alexander or something else?
As far as you can tell from the cadence, it sounds like a gravelly Alexander or a mouthful Alexander.
I really hope it's not a human. I'm gonna move forward to stand beside Charles and then just be like, mouth, it's him.
He takes a deep breath, still keeping his hand on the shotgun. He steps off to the side, but slowly pushes the barn door open, letting you take first entrance, but having your back. As the barn door opens, what you find on the other side of the barn door is nothing short of a slaughterhouse, a massacre. There are carcasses scattered around the floor, all around the form of Alexander, who sits in the middle of all of this gore, blood covering his face and chest and hands all the way up to the shoulders. His back is to you at the moment. You can see wings extended from his arms as if he's likely in his glabro or possibly war form. Unsure of what the terms are for the Camazotz of it all. But you can hear him still humming to himself as he's taking handfuls of this meat and shoving it into his mouth. Roll me a wits and awareness.
I'm gonna spend a willpower. Okay, 3 successes.
As you look around, studying the scene, surveying as much as you can, it's really messy in here. It's really gory in here, but there don't appear to be any human bodies or any essence of human bodies. What there is 3 slaughtered cows, a slaughtered horse, and several sheep.
Ugh. I'm gonna just turn my head at the smell that's going to hit me. I thought you said you were gonna hunt 1 cow.
He looks over his shoulder, his teeth bared, fangs, blood all over his face. Ow! Yeah, about that.
Yeah, about that what? Like,
Well, first you have one cow, and then we have another cow, and then we have another cow, and we find we're still hungry, so we have a horse, and then some sheep, and before you know it, this happens.
you didn't eat all of them either. Like, so
I'm
wasteful.
still eating. Do you want some?
No, I'm good. I had a hamburger earlier, and I would not like it to come up.
Have more hamburger.
No,
Where
thank
do you
you.
think it comes from?
Nope. I am well aware. What happened to the people that lived here?
No. Oh, actually, we do know. They went on vacation. We heard them.
I'm gonna attempt to roll a insight on that.
Okay, go ahead.
What's an insight?
Hmm?
Okay. 3 successes.
As far as you can tell, he's telling the truth.
Okay. This is... We have a place for you to stay.
Here?
No, not here at the farm, but here in the city, yes.
Oh. There's lots of food here. Oh,
We'll find you more food, too.
okay. They probably were going to come back someday.
Yeah. They're probably going to come back and look at the mess that is the barn. Okay. Point 2. This is Charles.
Hi,
is the barn.
Charlie. And he waves. Charles does not move.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait for you to... I'll be out here waiting for you to finish eating.
You sure you don't want any?
Nope, not at all.
We saved the heart.
I'm good, thanks. I'm gonna walk off.
Good, we wanted the heart.
It's very sweet of you.
As you step outside, Charles closes the door behind both of you. Are you sure I can't kill him?
Yes,
Why?
he didn't kill people, it was only animals.
Someone's going to have to explain the horror movie that is that barn.
Or try to clean it up.
So you and Jace?
We could burn the barn down.
Because burning down buildings is a great solution to everything.
It could be a controlled fire. Yes, I'll clean it up. Ugh.
First rule of fires, there's no such thing as control.
Fair. I'm not really big on fires usually.
You shouldn't be. It's a wonder the leeches use fire so much, as flammable as they are.
Yeah.
Just lazy. All right. Well, it's a perfectly fine explanation. Wild animal attack.
Sure. It does look like a wild animal attack.
We just have the barn broken into. We could probably disguise it as a number of creatures. There's bears, coyotes. Plenty of possibilities.
Weird goings on outside the city that they probably talk about anyway, and this could have been just be another thing of it.
The question is, how are we getting him back to the cairn? Because he is not getting in the car like that.
Is there a pond or stream around here?
There's some water troughs for the different animals, as well as a hose.
I'll point to the troughs and the hose. Don't you have a tarp?
Yes. All right. How long do you want to wait before we get a move on?
Give him 10 more minutes.
I'm going to get the car ready. He goes moving off towards the car, back to the trunk.
I'm going to the trunk. He's got like paper towels or rags and like cleaning equipment in here, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
As much of a clean freak as he is, also having to clean up. I'm gonna go to where the blood stains are on the porch and start cleaning those off.
Okay. Well, the bloodstains were mostly in the yard going into the, not from the house. The house is untouched for the most part.
All right, cool.
No, it seems like he caught one of the animals in the field and dragged it into the barn.
Okay. Cool.
Possibly several based off of the complete massacre that is the barn right now.
Right. Okay. Good. That's not bad for an animal attack if he drug it in. I'm gonna ship back to Lupus and mostly start walking around, make it look like a coyote kind of attack.
All right, give me intelligence and subterfuge. I'll even give you wits and subterfuge.
Either one. All right.
Or larceny. Larceny is another possibility.
Do I even have larceny? I do not.
Okay.
Subterfuge it is. I get 3 successes.
Okay. So, scoping out the scene, you start thinking of ways that you can disguise it to try and make it look more feral than it already does, which it does. It's not too much of a stretch to go more feral. What is difficult is to explain just how it got so bad. But breaking in one of the walls of the barn, putting a lot more tracks out in the field, you could see how it could work with the drag marks, kind of putting some animal tracks to cover up the fact that these animals were dragged, not by anything walking, but by something dragging them while flying, giving some paw prints, gives a little bit more context. It takes some time, but eventually you do feel like you have cleverly disguised the scene enough to give the impression of an animal attack. It's a pretty big one, and it will probably be noteworthy, but it'll work for now. This isn't like a sheep getting pulled from the yard. This is most of the farm animals being slaughtered.
Right. Once I'm finished, I'll go back to the barn and open it. Okay. It's time to go.
Why?
because
I'm not done yet.
I think you've eaten enough.
Well, who's the judge on eating now? What are you, Weight Watchers?
No, but
Are you counting points?
I can if you want me to.
No. Just one more?
5 bites.
Okay. And he gets up and starts going towards the outside as if to go pursue.
Nope, not a new one. 5 bites of this. You have enough here.
I bit that already.
Or we can go.
Give me a charisma and persuasion or manipulation and intimidation.
Yeah, charisma and persuasion. Ugh. I'll spend another willpower to roll these dice. Okay, that's better. 4 successes? Yeah.
So as you give him the disapproving mom stare, he stares back at you, kind of trying to like defiantly hiss, but then just slumps forward, his shoulders kind of falling. Fine. Gonna taste like I already ate it already. And he goes walking back into the barn. You hear several large slopping noises. And as he comes out, there is a long bit of entrail hanging from his mouth.
You've got something there all over. But there's dangling bit.
He then slurps, and the long intestine goes right up into his mouth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Better.
We go now?
We need to clean you off.
Why?
Because Charles doesn't want to get his car dirty.
Charles doesn't want to get his car dirty. You came here.
Yes, I came to find you.
Yeah, I would have come to you sometime.
What, after you've eaten every cow, sheep, and whatever that other thing was, in the city area?
Not the whole city.
We'll go hunting tomorrow.
Promise?
Yes.
Okay. He starts walking when all of a sudden the spray of a hose hits him. He goes, and he gets knocked over onto his side as the hose just keeps spraying him. And Charles walks forward with a power sprayer used for doing the siding of a house as he's just spraying him down with it.
I'm gonna just step to the side.
The howling and like gagging and spitting that occurs as Charles washes down Alexander is funny, but also pitiful, because after the hose is finally turned off, you see a wet little man, naked, standing there, having shifted out of all of his forms into his Hamid form. He stands about 5'5". He has no beard, actually, just a little bit of scruff on his face. His hair is still kind of shaggy. His shoulders are hunched, and he looks just miserable, like a wet rat. He doesn't have a lot of body hair. He's pretty hairless. His limbs are kind of gangly.
I'll take a towel that I've also grabbed from Charles's trunk and wrap it around him. I know, it was a lot.
He's mean.
He can be.
Why?
He's got a hard outer edge, but he's kind of soft inside.
Where's the other one? Why didn't you bring the other one? They were nice. They didn't say much.
I mean, he hasn't said anything, so
I know.
you'll see him soon.
Kind of gives a little hiss to Charles, who just growls back, which causes him to like shudder slightly and back away.
No, give Charles. I'll just sigh.
As you load Alexander up into the back seat, he's still sopping wet as he climbs into the back, making sure to like crawl across the upholstery of the back seat on his hands and knees before slopping down in the middle seat. Charles is gripping the back door, just taking long, deep breaths before slamming the door shut. Haven't we had enough of strays?
Aren't we acceptive strays?
At least they were wolves.
If we let him go on his own, one, he'll probably fall to the worm. And I don't know, every person I can stop that from happening is a victory in my mind. So it's worth a try. Also, I'd probably be, if he does like do that, I'm forced to like go after him and killing him, and we already went through the Deep Umber once. I'd rather not try to figure out a way to go back to go find him again.
His otherwise stony features that have been just stoic this entire time finally soften. This is why we need you.
I know.
He steps over and opens the door for you.
Slip in, lean, or turn back and check on Alexander.
You look back into the backseat to Alexander as Charles walks around to his side of the car, but as he does so, Alexander slams his face against the window and starts blowing his face, like his teeth up against the window, like Charles just thuds the glass and Alexander buckles back, grabbing his nose. Ow!
I mean, you were slobbering all over his window.
It was funny.
He's still learning about humor.
Ugh.
Slapstick humor isn't his thing.
You're not good at jokes, are you?
Me?
Yeah, your name Jester.
My full name's Malicious Jester.
Oh, mean Jester. You're not so mean, though.
Yeah, doesn't really fit me anymore.
Huh. I got one. Not funny, Jester.
Okay. I'll keep it in mind.
Although the hanging joke was pretty funny.
I have a few.
He just settles back into the center seat, the blanket or the towel wrapped around his shoulders. Charles gets in, shutting the door, turning on the car, looking back in the rearview mirror. Alexander gives a big toothy grin to him looking in the rearview mirror, and he immediately turns the mirror away before shifting the car into reverse and pulling out. The ride back to the cairn is quiet for the most part, except for occasional bursts of expression from the back seat, like sounds of excitement, as you'll hear Alexander slam up against a window, looking at something out the window as you pass it. But Charles otherwise just remains silent, focused on the road ahead. Is there anything else you want to do before you arrive back at the cairn?
Not with him in the car. I don't think I want to make stops. I just want to get him to the cairn. I never wanted to be a parent, but somehow I am a parent to a grown man at this point. And this is really great.
Arriving back at the cairn, you give him instructions. Where are you setting him up? Where are you having him take refuge?
Probably one of the campers at the moment.
Okay. So finding one of the RVs.
Yeah.
Eliza just keeping her distance, letting you get him settled, gives a knowing wave and gestures over to the RV as you lead Alexander over. Alexander pausing every now and then to point at something he sees at the cairn. Charles maintaining a good 5 or 6 paces behind as he follows behind the two of you as you lead to the RV and get him settled. What's going through your mind after this second encounter with Alexander?
This is gonna be a lot. What I told Charles is true. Like, every person I can help and keep from falling to despair or the worm, I consider a victory. Not all of combating needs to be physical combat, and so this is a way, but I'm really wondering if I've taken on too much. And feeling I'm definitely going to have to lean heavily on Eliza and Artie for help with him.
As Alexander goes into the RV, almost immediately the RV starts to rock and you hear the sound of a glass breaking.
Open the door. You did live in a house before, right?
Not this small!
You're small.
Taking a deep breath, you shut the door.
Don't give up. You're doing great.
Thank you, Star.
With that, we transition to our next scene. Aspen, you and Eliza have been out on the search for Larry. This search has had a lot of twists and turns along the way. You find that it's not as easy as going directly to a location. You kind of have to follow a trail, and just like being on the hunt, that trail can tend to take twists and turns. You find yourself going out to the woods from the bar, and then you find yourself returning towards civilization. Eventually, the scent takes you to a neighborhood not too far from the biker bar. Now, the houses in this particular neighborhood aren't necessarily the highest class, probably mid to low income housing. The house that the scent pulls you to is a decently sized, probably 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house. Looks like at one time it was part of a nicer community, but it's seen better days. One of the older communities, suburbs of Tampa. The sidewalks have cracks. The streets aren't as well tended as most of the streets in the Florida area. Some of them have potholes. But looking upon this house, it's still pretty well maintained. Whoever takes care of this house is a handy person, good with their hands, that they do a lot of the repairs themselves. As you could tell, a lot of the work is patchwork on the house, not professionally done, but well enough that it could be easily overlooked. You find that the yard is fenced, as is the driveway, by a small chain link fence, but that the driveway leads to a garage out back. As you and Eliza stand at the front gate leading to the front porch, she looks over to you. Well?
I guess we go take a look.
Lead the way.
Aspen will take a deep breath and start walking into the driveway.
Opening the gate that separates the driveway from the road and closing it. You start to walk along the side of the house, up the driveway. Now, as you peer the garage, you can see that the garage door is open. And you can see that a motorcycle is parked in the garage. It's Larry's motorcycle, clearly having been retrieved from the club. As you walk around the back, still further investigating, you hear the sounds of music coming from a back window, possibly a kitchen window at the back of the house. The music is a heavy metal anthem, but like 80s, 90s metal, AC/DC, Megadeth, that era. Old biker metal. Looking around the backyard, it's a modest backyard, very small, but enough that you could see a child growing up in this house. You can see that there is the remnants of an old play structure, though it looks like it hasn't been used in some time, overgrown, but still upkept somehow, as if possibly for resale value, possibly just out of fondness and nostalgia. But you can still see some of the weeds that have grown up around the pillars of the base. You can see some moss collecting from all of the humidity along the sides. The wood itself has definitely aged. It does not look stained. Eliza looks towards the kitchen window and just gives like an approving nod of her head as she hears the music coming out.
Okay, well, this could be something. I don't want to freak anyone out, so I say we use the front door. Yeah?
As good a place to start as any. Obviously, they're home. Looking to the garage again, you also see a car is parked in the garage as well, but it looks like it is a Honda Civic. Maybe like a 2002 Honda Civic. It also is surprisingly well maintained, but for the most part is still a 2002 Honda Civic. It is very out of date. Looking at the ground, though, there is a patch of dead grass where clearly another vehicle was parked, but is not anymore. Heading up to the front door, going back around, going up the front walk. There's a small porch with a little porch swing. Porch swing has aged wood. The chains aren't rusted. They look like they've been recently replaced, but the swing itself is still very old. You move up to the front door and you give a knock. A few moments pass. You give another knock. And you hear a female voice answer, "Just a second." A few moments later, the door opens and a woman probably in her mid-40s stands in the door. Upon seeing her, you're taken aback at first because of the bright red curly hair atop her head that falls down to her shoulders. She's got a bandana holding some of it back, but for the most part is a shock of curly reddish orange hair. However, there are shocks of silver through the hair, showing that she isn't aging, but it's not holding back her exuberance based off of the hair. She's wearing a t-shirt that is cut off at the shoulders, and it has the AC/DC logo faded on the front of the shirt. She's wearing tight-fitting jean shorts, almost like booty shorts, and no shoes, barefoot. She's got several bracelets on her wrists. Her makeup is done up pretty flamboyantly. But give me a wits and investigation.
Three.
Looking at her face, there's something about her face. Her nose, maybe her lips. Aside from the shocking red hair, which drew your eye at first, there's something that tickles the back of your brain about her face. It's hard to distinguish, but it's like you've seen it before, but you can't recall where exactly. As she holds the door open, she's chewing some gum. Yeah?
She'll kind of shake off the subtle recognition. Hi, I'm looking for Lorenzo, looking for Larry.
Not in. What do you want? What do you do this time?
Oh, he's fine. He's not in trouble. We have similar friends, and I haven't heard from him lately, so I was a little concerned and wanted to check in on him and make sure he was okay.
Is he in trouble?
No, not at all.
She looks you over, then looks at Eliza and looks her over. You're friends of Larry's?
Yeah. We see him from time to time at his workplace.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me a charisma and persuasion. Yes, you can add your looks. No, you can't add your favor. They are not in any position of power.
Six with a crit.
She takes a deep breath and then just kind of blinks a few times. What the hell is becoming of that club? All right, well, like you said, he's not home, but you want to come in for some lemonade?
Sure, absolutely.
She steps back and holds the door open. As you enter in, you get the definite, distinct feeling of an alternative family home. It definitely has all of the signs of a family establishment, but it's got that punk rock feel to it. That thing that distinctly distinguishes a traditional family home like Leave It to Beaver and Malcolm in the Middle or something else. Like there's that distinct difference, and it is definitely far to the distinct difference side. Looking at the wall, there are photos hung along the wall of this woman and another man of tan skin and dark hair with a distinct mustache and goatee. He looks like he's probably of Mexican descent, wearing a biker vest with the name Buck stitched on the vest. You can see that the vest is definitely one of the old biker club. And actually following the gaze, you eventually see that one of the framed things up on the wall is the vest. And that there is a little name placard that has a birth and death date for Buck. But also, aside from the couple, there's also a photo of baby Larry and him aging through the years. You can see a picture of Buck holding him in the biker's seat, maybe at the age of 4 or 5. And you can see that it's parked in the driveway by the garage. You get the distinct impression from this home. It's undeniable where Larry was headed. The biker club has its impression here. It was a part of his life. From the day he was born. In fact, when you find the wedding photograph, it's a biker wedding, and she's already pregnant. You can see Ryder and Bruce in the photo. There's a couch off to one side. It's got a couple of throw pillows. One of the throw pillows has a hand-stitched phrase on it that says, if you're selling something, fuck off. And another one that says, we don't call the cops. But it's done in like this beautiful embroidery. You also find another photo off to one side. This one's kind of a little bit more out of the way, and it's of a young woman. And it's in stark contrast to all of the other photos in this house, because this young woman is dressed in a very fancy dress for like a sweet 16 party. And all of the other women in the photograph, all the other young ladies, are also dressed in very similar attire with their hair done up. It's got a very Italian vibe to it. The thing that's similar about both photographs is the baby bump. It's a little less pronounced in the Sweet 16 photograph, but a discerning eye, such as yours, can tell. The woman closes the door behind you and goes walking into the kitchen. She turns down the radio. You can hear her opening the fridge, getting some glasses out. You can hear the pouring before she comes out with a tray, sets down the lemonade. So how do you know Larry exactly? The club?
Yes, actually, we frequent there, and I see him from time to time working.
Are you somebody's old lady, or like
I will
their
sit
lawyer?
down on. I will sit down on the couch. You could say something like that. I don't know if old lady really fits me as I look down at my clothing. I'm kind of I stick out like a sore thumb there a lot
I
of
was
the time.
gonna
but-
say, because if Ricky got a dame like you, then he's doing very well for himself.
Well, Ricky deserves tons better than me, I can assure you that.
Now I know you've been to the club. So why are you looking for Larry?
There was a bit of an incident at the bar, and I just wanted to check on him and make sure he was okay.
I'll be honest with you. I saw him a couple days ago. In fact, he came by and said that he needed to get out of town for a bit, clear his head. But he had some things going on, so he took his dad's truck, said he was going hunting, camping. It's not unusual. It was one of his favorite things to do with his dad, and whenever he got out of sorts, he would go up there ever since his dad passed. Didn't think anything of it, but couldn't help but think my poor boy was in trouble. You sure
No.
he's okay? He wouldn't say much other than that.
He's absolutely not in trouble. No, I just want to make sure he's doing okay, is mostly what I'm looking at. There was a kerfuffle at the bar, and people haven't really seen him there since, so I wanted to check on him myself.
Gotta be honest, I haven't kept up with most of the club business ever since Buck passed. It's too much, but Lorenzo won't give up the gig. Says he honors his dad that way. And I can't blame him. I wish he wouldn't. It's how he got killed in the first place, but there's no dissuading that boy when he sets his mind to something.
Larry's a sweet kid, and very determined, I'm sure. You raised him well. Is it just the two of you? No?
Yeah. It's been the two of us ever since Bucky passed. I mean, his grandma comes by every now and then, but for the most part, it's just the two of us. I guess he's probably sees her more than I see her these days.
My mom was also a single parent, so I bet that's hard.
In fact, you probably know his grandma, Susan.
Susan, really?
Takes after his dad and his grandma. Must have been in his genes.
Definitely see the resemblance in work ethic.
Well, I'm glad he's got somebody looking out for him there, but she's a bad impression on him. Made it that much harder to get him to quit the business.
Well, he's being taken care of there. I know that for sure. He's got a lot of people looking out for him.
Do you know what has him out of sorts? I've been worried about him.
The best I can guess is it's a bit of a a coming of age thing. I know he's getting more responsibilities at the bar, and it might be taking a toll on him a little bit.
I keep telling him I was hoping they'd never patch him in, but maybe that's what's happened. I know that would probably be something he'd be afraid to tell me. Just that kid's always been able to talk to me, and he's just not saying anything about this, although he's been out of sorts for a while.
I mean, I don't have any kids of my own, but I had a close brother, and I know sometimes they can get a little emotional and distant. And he'll come back around, I'm sure.
Well, he's hoping so. Sorry, I can't be much more help than that. I'm sure he'll be back in a few days. I could have him give you a call when he gets back.
That'd be great. Do you have a general idea of where he camps?
Yeah, actually, there's a... Well, it's not exactly the most legitimate hunting grounds, but I could show you. It's a little further north, just between here and Ocala, but I can give you a better idea.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Does he know you're coming?
I think he won't be surprised when I show up.
All right.
Like I said, there's a lot of us looking out for him.
Promise he's not in trouble.
I promise you he's not in trouble.
Sorry, I can't help but be a little bit nervous.
And I can assure you it's kind of my business to make sure he stays out of trouble.
All right. Well, he told me that his cell phone was broken, that he wasn't going to be able to get in touch, which made me even more nervous. But again, that boy sets his mind to something. There's no changing it. If you see him, tell him I miss him and that I hope he's doing okay and that he should come home soon. It's hurricane season. Storms are starting to come.
Absolutely, I will. I'll make sure he checks in with you as soon as I get in contact with him.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't even catch your name in all this mess.
It's Aspen Weiss.
Aspen. Nice to meet you. Eliza, of course, is Eliza Ross. And she holds out her hand, and the woman shakes both of your hands. Well, it's nice to meet both of you. My name's Antonia. Antonia Buchanan. It's a pleasure to meet both of you.
It's wonderful to meet you. And she'll kind of scan the pictures again as she gets up from the couch. She'll kind of pick up that picture. I'm assuming it was on like a side table, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she'll pick up the picture. And just kind of smile at it. It's beautiful. Is this you?
From an age-long past.
You look gorgeous.
Only those looks lingered.
Well, I don't want to impose. So no siblings when it comes to Larry?
No, only child.
Oh, okay.
You can see that she shifts a little bit in her seat as you mentioned that.
Yeah, I won't push any further. I just met her, so I don't want to make her uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, have Larry get in touch, and it's nice to meet both of you.
Very nice to meet you too, and hopefully we have more correspondence because Larry's important to both of us.
I hope so. And please keep looking out for my boy. His grandma does a pretty good job, but also she's a drunk, so you never know with her.
We'll keep him on the straight and narrow.
She stands up, walks you both to the front door. All right, well, you have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much.
You step out onto the front porch. Eliza walks a few steps down the walk, and then looks back towards the house, and then at you. You look like you picked up on something.
Yeah, it's I don't know. There's something, and maybe it's just Larry and being around the bar, just something, a recognition, I guess, in her. And then, I mean, there was that picture, which was interesting.
Could be Susan. Be the recognition. And as for the picture, well, teenage pregnancy is a thing.
That's what I figured, so I didn't want to pry too much. It's just that's what I tend to do, walking into a place I'm not used to.
It's file docs for you.
Yeah, but hopefully we can find Larry and get this all squared away, because I don't want her to worry either. I know, single moms.
Let's get back to the pack and check in first, and then we'll make plans to head up there and try and lure him back.
Absolutely.
Good work in there. You've already got a knack for this.
I got a good teacher.
She gives you a smile as the both of you head back to Regina to climb in and begin the drive back. What's going through your mind after that encounter with Antonia?
The recognition still kind of lingers, because when there's something that Aspen doesn't know, she wants to know. That's just kind of how she is, an inquisitive mind. But at the forefront, it's getting everything done that we need to get done and making sure Larry's okay and that Larry can get back his familial bonds. He's probably scared and afraid to be around them. And if we could get him feeling better, that's what's most important to her. But she's sticking with what Eliza says, and she's gonna keep doing what Eliza tells her to do, because she's the teacher right now, and she's gonna do what she needs to do to learn what she needs to learn.
With that, we transition to our final scene of the evening. The pack reconvenes at the cairn. A great deal has happened in the last couple of days. The Camazotz has been found and brought back to the cairn and is beginning the process of settling in. You have a good idea as to where Larry could be, but also, was he just telling his mom that? Did he actually go there? There will need to be some further investigation. And then Jace, after his conversation with the spirits, has a great deal to talk about. So it's time for an actual pack meeting, not an emergency catch-up, not a disaster of the week, but time to actually lay it all out and figure out what the next steps are. So as everyone gathers together around the large hand-carved table, everyone finds their seats, and the scene is yours.
Aspen is sitting in her spot. Her knee is kind of bouncing. It seems like she's got a bunch of different thoughts going on in her head, but she does have her little notebook in front of her, and she just looks around to everyone. How is everyone with all the crazy? Are we doing okay?
Jester is resting her head in her arms on the table, and will just give a little like harried, like.
Charles looks completely unamused as he stares off in the direction of the RV where another glass shatters and the sputtering of noises comes from the RV. And he just closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and then looks again. I'm present. Artie has not moved since he began working on the stones. He has not changed clothes, and it looks like he has not slept. He is still there working with the rocks, writing down notes in the notebook. And he looks up. I'm good. Just busy.
You should come sit just for a moment for the meeting.
takes a deep breath, closes the notebook, sets it down, and then finds his actual chair and sits down. Okay. He rubs his eyes and then nods.
Doing well.
Good. Seems like a tentative good for now, I guess. We'll just go with that. Speaking of, and she'll kind of turn her head to the RV where all the clattering and such is coming from. Look over at Jester. You found your target, I assume?
Mm-hmm. Pick my head up. Her hair is like usually, well, it's like got a little like design tumbleway. Looks just a mess at this point. Yep, found him.
Well, that's good. It's great. You're doing great work. As she's trying to talk over the clattering that's happening. If he needs a change of clothes, there's the duffel bag with the trip pants and the oversized t-shirt that probably it doesn't fit me, and it's been there since we've gotten here. So if you
Oh,
need
we've
it,
we've used it. He was naked when he first came here, so
oh,
at least
perfect.
you know he's in clothes at the moment.
He ate a farm. Take that as you
Yes.
will.
Wait, what? Like,
I
you
think
say
there
he's
were
gonna
like
have a cow.
2 cows and some sheep, and
A horse.
I
Don't
think a
forget the
horse.
horse.
Yeah, the horse. All in a barn.
So a cow means the farm that the cow comes from when he says he's gonna go eat.
Apparently.
Cool.
Did we ask if he eats that much on a regular basis? Because that's gonna be a problem.
Eliza chimes in. Well, I could believe that he may have an appetite, especially for raw meats and blood. I believe this is the worm's influence for decay and destruction that is pressing upon him, an insatiable appetite. I do believe in time, with some counseling and some spiritual intervention, his appetite should be satiated, or at least subsist to a certain degree.
Okay, and do we have a time frame on that? Just so we know if we have to start bringing in cows.
Well, I plan to go hunting with him and try to work with him to only eat enough to, satiate actual hunger and not overeat. It's gonna be a struggle. I'm not gonna lie. But at least he sort of seems to listen to me for now, so there's that.
To her credit, Charles says she's doing very well with him. And he is chaotic, to be sure, but for the most part, so far, other than the incident at the farm, harmless. Just a little. He looks over at the RV again. In need of adjustment.
Okay, I just want to make sure that he doesn't stay hungry and potentially eat pillows or start chewing on bark. And I know that sounds like a joke, but as a mother who was a nurse, that stuff happens.
In this particular instance, it seems that his cravings are for meat. Raw. I don't think that'll be an issue, but I will make sure that we keep an eye out for it.
Okay, if you're confident.
I wouldn't say that. But I'm confident I can contain it if anything happens.
I think I'm confident that Jester will take care of what he needs.
I'll try. Look to Eliza Arter. I think I'm going to need your help on some of this, though.
Artie takes a breath. Yeah, just need another day or two, and I'll be all yours to help. Just getting this gate open is a much bigger ordeal. It's like mapping the Umbra in your mind. It's a thing. It's a lot bigger of an undertaking than I thought it would be, but it's fine. It'll be good once we connect the dots.
Okay, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. He still look towards the commotion. Still needs to get settled a little anyway, so before we dig anything deep.
Is he as rattled anymore?
Not as much, but Charles is right, he's very chaotic. And a lot like a toddler, which I thought I'd never have to take care of.
One thing that I've picked up on is he seems to bounce between singular and plural when referring to himself. I think this is an important thing to note because it could distinguish when the influence is present and when it's not. He looks to Eliza, who nods her head.
To that point, though, when we had She Who Shines here, they wanted something. And I know that it's not the same scenario, but is there something that they need from us?
That's hard to say.
So not for certain, but I have some theories. When he was talking to us in the cave, he said that his change happened, he heard a scream, and it coincided with us and the ritual to open the cairn. Eliza mentioned something about a white bat or something. So and he keeps hearing this scream. So I think if we can find out what it is and how it's connected, and try to help him from hearing that, that might go a long way.
So I have a bit of insight on that. I talked to Rat and Star not too long ago, trying to get some insight on different things. So the white bat itself is like a subspecies of bat itself, bat being the patron of the dancers. But the white bat is something a little different. And that screech that happened, yeah, that has to do with this place being opened. This place overall has power that we don't understand. There's things that are going on here, the way that's been explained, that have caused ripples, and not just here, but throughout the Umbra and different areas itself. And that's why these things are coming here. The idea that Rat kind of helped me find, the Croatan were here and they helped build all these different places for these different species. And the ones who went out and fought them, killed them, eradicated them, made them extinct, are the ones who are currently present. And we're here giving this speech talk about, or this peace talk about how we're wanting to have this overlining just peace between all of them. That's what we did earlier, and then we attacked them. They're hearing this call to come here, but the Croatan aren't here. That patron isn't present. So when they get here and they see Guru, they're reacting how they instinctually, like how it was when they first had it. From what I'm being directed is, if we're able to understand this place better, know how the Croatan worked, how they operated and did different things, we might be able to help the other species around. With that being said, getting Turtle back would be ideal. That patron that was able to help them originally. But we can't do that until the plants are taken care of. To deviate a little bit from this, Rat and Star both gave the idea that we need to stop playing defensive, and you'll look over towards Charles. We need to make an attack, and I know this has been talked about in the past, and I brought up attacking that wolf, showing that we're able to fight them. I know this is something we've talked about in the past about doing, and we just haven't really implemented it. But we need to move forward, because if species are coming back because of this place being awakened, it's only a matter of time till more and more show up.
The other thing we have to consider is that bias goes both ways. As much as they have learned to fear us, we have learned to be suspicious of and have certain feelings about them. Now, this place has always been unique. Ever since all of you arrived and started building this new nation. But the old nation is still very set in its ways. I know that we've had talks about reputation before, but if the changing breeds are coming here and they are being embraced and they are starting to set up shop, as it were, that will also cause ripples. Ripples that will get back to the old nation, that will cause certain feelings, especially those that have still ongoing issues with some of those changing breeds, depending on the ones that show up. One of them that stands out is the Garal, the Werebears. They have been an issue for certain tribes and septs to this day. And if they come and make nice with this place, there are going to be those that cannot let that grudge go, despite whatever the good intentions are. That is something to consider, but I agree with you. We have been on the defensive. Unfortunately, the issue we're running into is we don't have the resources to go on a full-on assault, which is why we need the assault on the mine to be successful. Unless we continue to play into the leech's hands. We need another resource. We need more iron. What little we have will help, certainly, and could even be enough to take out the large monstrosity. But Piney Point? Certainly not.
There's a few things to cover there. As far as the ripples, as far as the old nation versus the new nation, I think bringing back and thought extinct spirit / patron will, make some noise for the other side of things as well. But we have to get to that point first. As far as the leeches in iron, we still have to tentative truce, ceasefire, extending past whatever this is on the table. And I have been considering it. I think there are pros and cons. One of those being the potential to negotiate Mia out of their grasp.
I've instructed the pups as to the terms of the ceasefire. And I have given them the maps boundaries, the territories. They are aware. I've also instructed them, however, that if they were to break any of these terms, they will be on their own. To stress the point, as well as in dealing with the changing breeds. As for an ongoing ceasefire, I've seen them done. They're always temporary at best, but I think we knew that going into this. I believe if there's something to be gained from this besides from iron, we should take it. But we should be prepared for betrayal, and we should have a plan in place to strike them if we see a good vulnerability. Because this issue with these infestations isn't just affecting us, and they were already weak before this. A chance to actually drive them out altogether. We shouldn't pass that up if it presents itself to us.
Was the offer just ongoing without an end?
Indefinitely.
What else did he want?
All of the things we already have in place. Their territory, our territory, not going over there at night. Them knowing that them being on this side means on site. The iron, I didn't give him a yes or no. We have this temporary ceasefire is been negotiated. This is happening, but the indefinite is still on the table, and I don't want to make any decisions without all of you involved.
I will say, to the pup's credit, they were far more accepting of it than I expected them to be, which shows their growth and understanding that things aren't as black and white as they have been taught.
All right, Aspen, as a lawyer, just a loophole kind of question. We are stopping attacking them. They're going to stop attacking us with this trade of iron. We're getting iron from somewhere else. So we don't need them anymore, correct? So we could just go out and fight them because we don't need their source of iron anymore, right?
I think it's ignorant, in my opinion, in my, yes, you could say professional opinion. I believe it's ignorant to have only one source from one place, because there is always the potential that that gets cut off from us and then we're back to square one. Having two steady flows means that if one is to be disrupted in any way, we have a backup. I think not having a backup is very risky for what we're trying to do here, which is why I considered Bateman's offer in the first place, knowing that we had the potential of going up to Michigan. So strictly all emotion aside, only logical, that's kind of our play here.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was a one-time shipment of iron that he was providing, or it was going to be like a constant flow that he was going to be giving us.
It would be continuous, as he has.
If I understand correctly, information was also part of the arrangement, a sharing of information in regards to this threat.
Yes, as far as Piney Point and Vanessa and anything that they know us on that side, and potentially what they know of possible black spirals in the area, they could give us that information if we decided to do an indefinite ceasefire. But obviously those tidbits of information are being withheld until we come to a decision.
Is he still representing the people of Piney Point legally?
I think he would be foolish to. He doesn't want them in the area. He doesn't want them here. So I don't think, even if he does represent them, I don't think he'll put his best people on it. He still has to play his role. That's what they do. But I don't think it's going to be with the full sheer force of Bateman backing.
Strategically, it would also be foolish of him to throw in his lot fully with one side. He has the benefit of being able to play both sides right now, and whoever comes out the victor, he could stand on their side. Even if either way turns out to be bad for him, at least he'll be on the winning side temporarily.
So he could be feeding information about us to them.
That is absolutely a potential, which is why I say I don't think he'll put the full sheer force of himself backing Piney Point, but I wouldn't be surprised if he still has his foot in their alliance.
We should do it. If it gets me out, but with Charles, we need to have a plan in place that when this does eventually fall apart, we're prepared either to strike or to defend ourselves or whatever he has in place.
Should also be on the lookout for potential disruptions. Forces from their side looking to interrupt the treaty. Outside forces looking to make it look like we've disrupted the treaty. This is what happened in Chicago. The lesson we can learn from the War of Chicago is other forces are always at play, and they hate peace. They want to see us fighting.
I think planning and building our allies and making sure they're properly prepared for this situation, because I would hope that our allyship would go far beyond this Piney Point situation. Knowing and having them have the information to defend themselves and potentially all of us defending this together. So whatever we have here, we should start preparing for now. But back to our wormfoe, in what ways do you think we can be more vigilant of potential sneaking and moving in the shadows?
They've given us a list of targets, an obvious list. Places that they want us to be hands off. Is this going to be the likely places that they are? No. I would say that they are still obscuring where they are staying. They wouldn't just hand us their safe havens on a silver platter. But they clearly have interests in those locations they are seeking to protect. The universities, some of the major industries downtown. How did we injure them before? We hit their industries, shipping and receiving. We bought the very plant that they stored that boat at, including all of the assets. There are ways to go on the offensive without it being violence, without it being physical. This philosophy doesn't have to simply be in reference to the leeches. It could be in reference to Piney Point. It could be in reference to anything that threatens us. We have to look to all of our resources, all of our methods and assets. We all bring something to the table, as do our new acquisitions. We should be looking to what we have and what we can do with it, and not just in one direction. We can use subterfuge, other organizations, covers, to make inquiries, assaults, attacks of a nature that can keep our enemies and our adversaries off balance. It doesn't have to come directly from us to benefit us. But that also carries the risk of putting others in harm's way, which is something we may have to come to terms with. But a war is won on many fronts, not just the battlefield. For example, getting an in with a professor at the university doesn't require us to be at the university, but it does give us eyes there. It does give us an inside track. Finding members of industry buying up properties while we may not visit them. Nothing in that treaty says we can't still have interests there. Plus, and he looks towards Artie, we have individuals capable of making sure that it can't be linked back to us. It's not the approach I like to take in battle, but it's one I'm very familiar with.
Also, to that standpoint, just speaking strictly of if we make this happen, Jace, do you know if there's a way to have spirits, because we can't step foot in their territory, but to have surveillance in their territory to know their movings and their going-ons, so we have a bit of an idea of what's going on the other side when we can't be there?
Yeah. Getting in contact with those spirits, I have to I have to go into the city. I have to talk to them at that point. But yes, can definitely do that.
And question to that point as well is, how involved do we want the bikers in all of this? And she'll look over to Jester. I know Lucas had a big part in that for a while, but that's no longer the case.
I need to talk to Bruce to see where he stands at things, but I'm hoping with some talks I might get to introduce. A lot of the bikers are looking for new business, so coincide with that, like getting him introduced into certain activist groups that might lead to more extremist anti-corporation groups that we could have the bikers do business with and have connections there. I mean, we can't have them go after the vampires specifically, or the plants, but we could have them go after like operations of, say, different Pentex subsidiaries or clients or things like that, or different like assets. But it's probably going to be a bit of a slow build, because it's basically making new connections, which might take a little while.
Artie pipes up at this point. Well, Piney Point is a business. They have a cover. They have a front. I mean, they've been shipping out products. We've known this for some time. The fertilizer, the stuff that they've been pushing out through high quality builders. They have business ties. That means they have suppliers. They have others that are reliant on them successfully delivering or on ordering from them. I know I've maybe watched a little too much Sons of Anarchy in my time, but like, why not just have them interrupt that? Get involved with that.
That's what I was thinking. Some things like that. Yeah.
Okay, it's all good with the Piney Point. We could move on to how we want to disrupt that in a moment, but since we are speaking on the ceasefire with the leeches, I'm not going to go forward with this indefinite treaty unless everyone's on board. So I need a yes from everyone if that's something we're going to do. And she'll first look over at Charles.
Considering our current circumstances, they won't be happy with just a temporary ceasefire. They'll know our intentions. Nor do I expect them to truly, fully believe an indefinite ceasefire is possible. One thing I will say about the leeches is the older ones have been around long enough and seen enough to know that nothing lasts forever. In our current situation, with everything that we're facing, not having to look over our shoulder, not having to fight this war on as many fronts as we have, is the best course of action. But be very certain I will be extra vigilant about any leeches outside of that boundary, and I will make sure they know how vigilant we are. I would
Birdie?
say yes. I mean, he's right. We could blame all the leeches for everything that's been done to us for the last 2 years. I know the name Bateman has been said through gritted teeth plenty of times, but he's one. And he can be the focus of all of our ire and anger, and yeah, he seems to be their figurehead or whatever it is now. I mean, we have to, right? Like we can't be expending resources, but we gotta stay on top of them. We gotta keep our eyes out, and we gotta be prepared for them to betray us at a moment's notice, because they're gonna. It's their nature. They're predators of the worst kind. I mean, my guess is they're hoping that this fight beats us up bad enough that they can finish us off. I would say try to get more. Get more support in the battle to come, get more resources, get something more out of them. Don't just take the deal as is. Get Mia, for certain. That should be a deal breaker if it doesn't come through. Hit them where it hurts in some way. Because yeah, they're testing us. They're testing our desperation. And they are probably going to screw us, and probably going to side with whoever wins in this. Now, the fact that they even made this deal or put it out there says that they think we have a chance of winning. Or at least doing enough damage to help them. So let's lean into that. Let's get the upper hand. Let's go on the offensive. Let's get more than we're giving. You're the shrewdest negotiator I know. So negotiate. Don't let them dictate. They want this. That's why they reached out. So what do we get? And how much are they willing to give? We need to find that out before we agree to anything. But if they're willing to give, we're finding out how desperate they are. And maybe, just maybe, we're saving some innocent people in the process. So a tentative yes, I guess?
Eliza?
Everyone knows I have my biases against the leeches of this area. They took my life away. All of it. But I want to protect the life I have now. Trying to fight both puts us at a very, very bad situation. But we are going to fight them. The war doesn't end until we do. All of them. But we also have time. Not a lot of it, but we have it. It's not a war that's going to be won overnight. Believe me, I wish it was. I think it's going to always be a day-by-day thing. Today, yes. Tomorrow, who's to say? But for today, since it will restore some balance to this fight and it won't be so one-sided. Yes.
Jace.
I agree with what they have said. I just feel like we're going to get stabbed in the back, and I don't know who's going to end up getting that knife. With that being said, I trust your leadership and your judgment, and this has been going on for a while, and we haven't had any issues thus far. I'm also a tentative yes, but I agree with Eliza. It's a day by day. Today is a yes, but as soon as they show fangs, I say that we go for them. No backing off, no retreat. And that's coming from me. So take that as you will. I might back up. You guys can go get them, but I'll be cheering you guys on.
Jess.
I'll glance around the table. I bet you're all expecting me to break something, bang my fists. Not gonna do that.
Well, that's disappointing, Artie says.
I'll look up at where Star is for a moment, take a deep breath. He's gonna ask you. If you ask for more, he's gonna try to negotiate more too. Don't let him. Remind him he feels more in dire straits than we do. Get me out. And we come up with a plan to deal with him at least. Look to pause for a moment on Aspen, then look to Eliza. them back for all of us.
Absolutely. Okay, then I'll start making sure we get more than we lose.
We need to come up with some things we can give. I'm sure we can come up with some unnecessary, trivial things, assets, resources. We shore up some things that we're willing to negotiate that seem of value to us but aren't. Wouldn't hurt to have some of those things on standby going into those negotiations, just to make it seem fair. Maybe some of Charles's unnecessary properties, maybe just something. Because again, they're predators. They need to feel like they've won. They need to feel like they're feeding on us. So we make them feel it, even if it's not true. It's a game of lies, tricks. They've been tricking us so far, taking the ones we love, attacking us when we're vulnerable. So now let's make it a shell game and give them a whole bunch of fake vulnerabilities, just like they gave us with their list of places. The game has to go both ways. We got to play the same game they're playing, or else they're going to be several steps ahead of us the whole time. Because Charles is right, they're older, so they're much better at this than we are. But it doesn't mean we can't learn fast and we can't catch up. Because they're going to be stubborn about it and they're going to be arrogant about it. They're going to be set in their ways about it.
I'll work on subtle things that we can act like we're giving more than we're getting, but make sure the opposite happens. But if that's the way we're going, we'll make sure that we make it happen the way we want it to happen. And we have time to plan for contingencies, at least while this Piney Point situation is still a back and forth. But speaking of the Piney Point situation, to that, I think, well, number one, Jess, I wanted to talk to you about, I mean, you've been the unofficial emissary to these changing breeds for a while. I think it's time to make that official, if you're up for it.
Yeah, I'm up for it.
Okay. Is there anything we need to know as a pack?
So on She Who Shines, we got rid of the plants. And she, the next step, or at least she's now saying that we're truce-wise. She's not going to attack us as long as we don't attack her or invade her territory. If we want an alliance, we're going to have to do another task. We're going to have to free all the gators in Gatorland.
Goodie.
Yeah, so that's a thing. For Alexander, I mean, working with him to help him overcome a bunch of the stuff and the screams, and constantly trying to be a counter voice to, I guess, Bat, if it's Bat that's talking to him. and yeah, that's a whole tangled mess that I'm gonna have to figure out and navigate. Like I said, I could use Eliza and Artie's help on that when they get time to talk and sit down, and I guess should let you know that this glance back up. So this is Bat was because of Star. Star, I talked to Star a few weeks ago, and she gave me, I like to call them opportunities, 3 opportunities to help different people. The Bat is one, Juniper's another, the third's more private and personal.
To that point, Charles says, I did have a conversation with Juniper. She came seeking guidance on controlling her anger. I think she is finding her way, slowly but surely. But she's been unpredictable in the past. Having a steadying hand, like yourself, would help. But I also know she has a vendetta. She needs direction. I gave the pack a mission. Knowing how she's been in the past, she'll want more. We should consider focusing that. Idle hands are the devil's playthings. Have her help you in whatever you're working on. Give her a purpose. That's what she wants more than anything, is to feel like she is making progress. And something to direct that frustration and pain and anger towards will help.
Okay.
Also, I know Lucas was working on a few things before he left. Specifically, looks over to Chase. Something for the big, scary, wolfy plant guy. Maybe we could have Juniper help with that as well. I noticed that she works well with her hands.
I think it's worth a shot.
Charles, do you want to get with Juniper and ask her if she'll finish the project?
I can do that. She has a lot on her plate currently, but I'm sure if she has a sense of purpose and direction, she will find a way to muster up the energy.
Okay. Jace, is there any updates on the changelings or your friends or guy in your head or Ravi? That was his name.
No, I haven't talked to them. I do need to go check on them. I've been sending them supplies. That's just kind of a tentative thing, make sure they're okay. I do need to go have a conversation with them. Different angles on the current standings on things is giving me further insight on how to help us help Turtle. As far as other changing breeds, Rat did tell me he has his own kin also that might be showing up. So there's that as well. Sorry, Charles.
It's a city. Why should I be surprised? I will say this, though, as a potential development to inquire with them about. I have noticed that some of the hives have been tended without my efforts.
Do you know who or what?
Couldn't say. I've just gone, and there have been less when I have gone. If any, some of them have been completely dormant.
Any sign of actual, like, fighting?
Yes.
So we gotta figure out who's helping or fighting them too.
I guess we all talk to our respective people. Jace can talk to Robbie. You can talk to She Who Shines. Probably not Alexander. I think he was too busy eating a whole farm. We know it wasn't Charles because Charles was too busy dealing with Alexander eating the whole farm. Also, I feel like Charles would brag if he was doing it.
Don't brag, I state facts.
Sure.
The fact of bragging, right?
Reporting.
With gusto. Anyway.
Hardly.
But we can go to our respective people and figure some of that out. We can even see if there's anything out there already of people messing around in farmland and such.
Yeah, I've been monitoring some messaging communities at Jester's request, trying to look for keywords, anything about strange growths or plants or anything like that. Again, they're heavily moderated. Anything that comes up usually lasts no more than 24 to 48 hours before it disappears. Same with these missing persons reports that have been popping up, but that's apparently the pup's business. He looks to Charles, and Charles just nods. I can't say I've found anything, but I'll look. I haven't heard of any like action groups or any vigilantes or anything of the sort, but who's to say? We could always also talk to Alice. If there's anyone who's been seemingly in the know about things that go bump in the night that we haven't been in constant contact with, she was one.
Okay.
I could go talk to her.
I was thinking you and I could maybe go talk to her since she's seen us before. Don't want to put any other faces out to her if we don't have to, just to be safe on the safer side.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a look at that as well. I guess that kind of brings us just to what do we do about our big stamp issue, Piney Point. There is backtracking, there's Larry, but I have some leads, and Eliza, she winks over at Eliza, has been teaching me some things, so we have a lead on him, and hopefully that'll get figured out sooner than later. But when he comes about, eventually, hopefully, if that's the end, the best case scenario, when he's around, just be, your sweet, wonderful, supportive selves.
I have been nothing but.
I didn't even look your direction.
You support in your own way.
As far as the issue with Piney Point, to look over towards Artie, if you can get me a list of potential other support that they're getting, other manufacturers or anything like that, I can then ask a few spirits to look into a few different things. And if Artie's doing his thing on the computer and we get something on the spiritual side, we might be able to track and pin down a weak point somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you this. The front that the location is going under is a gardening supplies company, a fertilizer company specifically. They've been manufacturing and shipping out fertilizer primarily to housing developments. A lot of it's been going to high quality builders. Obviously, that's what I like to call their spicy fertilizer that we've been dealing with. But from what we gathered from the intel from the Hellhounds when they first arrived, they are shipping also to major manufacturers. So they're building up their revenue somewhere. That's where it's coming from primarily. My guess would be that as they are a company of that nature, they have regulations and support that they need from the government, from, inspections and the like. I'm guessing they've skated by with the Pentex of it all and the government influence of it all, the Bateman of it all of that. But there's nothing to say that second opinions can't be asked for, or further inquiries can't be asked for, or reports can't be fudged, or, things can't be made up to get more eyes on the factory. I think the best thing to do, best defense to put them on, is on the defense socially, business-wise. If we can hurt their stream of revenue and their public persona, so far they've flown under the radar as just another company in the area providing industry in a town nobody knows of or goes to. Let's change that. Let's make it a town that people go to, that people know of, that's becoming newsworthy. It hasn't been newsworthy in a while. Let's make it newsworthy again for one reason or another. If we get eyes on them, they can't be as open about what they're doing. They can't be public. It'd have to be a lot more discreet. So far, one thing that they've had on their side is the ability to just move about, doing whatever they're doing with nobody messing with them. So let's mess with them. That would be my best guess, is hit them where it hurts, and that's their pocketbook. Pentex, as a company, cares about their bottom line, money. They care about staying in operation and business, and they care about staying hidden. That's how they've existed all these years, is hidden. If we make this not hidden, they might lose some of that very, very important support that they have, at least from the greater company.
If you get me some information, I can write some articles.
See what I can find. Like I said, a lot of it's heavily moderated, but I can try and catch some archives or start copying articles as they're posted before, or anything that's posted before it gets deleted.
Artie, I think you and I could put our heads together, have another research party. Maybe I could get some dirt and do my thing on my side.
Absolutely.
Pelfrey had mentioned it, but I think it's about time to start pushing that narrative.
The fertilizer, on how it's made, there might be something there. If they're doing something inhumane, then Aspen might be able to pin them for something there. Jester blows it up on socials. There we go.
Well, and even if Bateman's not, or is in the way still, from a legal perspective, there's other routes we can take. There's other sources we can hit. They're manufacturers, they're suppliers, people that aren't represented by that firm. Technically that interferes with their business, but technically it doesn't. So let's play the technical game. Let's play the actual written small print of the agreement game, because that's what they're going to play.
Okay, I say we do it. I say we start working on that side while we figure out the iron of it all, which is slow moving, but I know it's gaining progress. Look over to Eliza.
Yes. Well, that's the next thing. Is one of the things Lucas was working on was a distribution method for the iron that has stalled. So now we're going to have to look into other possibilities. She looks to Artie, who is kind of wringing his hands a little bit. I say that we use what resources we have at our disposal to try and find as many methods as possible for delivery. Right now, we know for certain that the weapons work, that tools would work, but temporarily, and not for a widespread area. Aerating or turning it into a gaseous form is going to be very difficult, probably from a spiritual and physical angle, but not impossible. We just need a delivery system. So we could reach out to Spud. We could reach out to Arthur as soon as he's done. Yes, the Howlers, if they have any gadgetry know-how.
They made explosives. I'm pretty sure they have some know-how. They build bikes.
Certainly. But yeah, it's going to take some research. The only thing is just the iron itself. We need to make sure we have a stockpile of it because it's going to require testing. It's going to require some failure, I'm sure, and some waste, unfortunately. But that's just going to be the need of it. We can't be stingy if we want to get results.
Especially when it's successful. Some of the iron isn't usable again. Even on the weapons, it degrades the weapons.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, also, just so you guys know, masks definitely when dealing with plants or things like, that can spit things out at you or airborne. Masks definitely, but if it gets on your skin, it can also try to infect you. But I use the iron knife to because it got on my skin, and I use the iron knife and it burns, but it does stop the infection if you do it quickly enough.
Okay, so when we get a supply, maybe it's good to have something on everyone just in case something like that were to happen.
Yeah, it burns like silver, fair warning, but it does stop the infection from going too deep. You have to catch it soon enough, I think.
Surface contact before it gets its roots in.
Okay, I can distribute some of what we have. I've gotten from Bateman to everybody just to keep them safe. I think we have a lot of work to be doing going forward. Jess, I need keep doing what you're doing with She Who Shines and Alexander. Maybe you and Charles can go kind of do a reconnaissance at Gatorland to see if you need more of us or what we can do on that front, how we can make that happen for She Who Shines. You and I need to talk to Alice at some point and see what we can find out there. Jace, I need you to do a lot of spirit work, which is your forte. So see what you can find out about possible spirits on the leech side of things, maybe potentials of getting some information from the places that Piney Point isn't Piney Point, but around Piney Point. Also, what you can find out from Robbie and his friends. Charles, obviously, working with the Hellhounds and making sure all of that is done because they have that big mission coming up. Artie, you've got a lot of work to do. You've got to, once you're done with that, let me know and we'll do some research and we'll get everything we need to figure out as far as that goes. And then I will start looking into some things on the legal side and also figure out Larry stuff.
Yeah, Artie says, and you hear the rattling of the pill jar underneath the table as he pops something into his mouth. No problem. Update on Michigan. The sept up there, as soon as the gate is open for the first time, as soon as the connection is made, they're moving. The advanced teams have already started up towards Tilden. They are planning to be out there in the next week. So as soon as I get the gates connected and open for the first time to show that they are sufficient, they will be heading out. So they said contact could be possible, but it will be minimal to prevent any interference during the operation. But they should be armed for bear. They have a lot of forces up there. At least so Sean reassures me. So fingers crossed.
Okay.
Also, Jace, I just had another idea. We could use your bar as a means of getting intel. Dock workers, suppliers, truck drivers. Who's to say that the bar doesn't start offering specials or discounts to individuals to get them in the door and get them talking? It's a good way to start making contacts, start finding inroads to those suppliers, and then we can leak that information to the bikers to help interfere with those shipments. I haven't learned anything about drunks. They love to chat, and that could be helpful. So might as, again, considering all of our resources that we have available to us, that is one.
That's easy enough.
Perfect. Last order of business. Arthur, you have until 9 p.m. tonight, and then you are going to go to bed.
Do you want some
Can
help?
we make it midnight?
I will say 10:30.
I will do my best.
Not that it has to be finished, just that you have to go to sleep and get rest, like you tell all of us to have self-care.
Okay. I'll just find a good stopping point as best as I can.
Perfect.
Trail changes all the time, but yeah.
Well, good. Then I think we have a lot of things to do. So everybody should be busy until they're not, and make sure you are getting rest, and don't forget to eat and drink water. I think that's what they say, is drink water. So that's me being a good pack leader, drink water. But that's it.
From off in the direction of the RVs, you hear, "Ready, break!" And then you hear glasses shatter.
That's my cue. I've got to go.
Yeah, I'm not cleaning that. Just walk off.
As the pack disperses, their marching orders given, this is where our story comes to a close. But not without one last scene. We're back at Piney Point. It's been a long time since we've seen the inner operations of the greenhouse. We find ourselves outside as Vanessa, in her business suit with her mini skirt, strides up to the entryway to the greenhouse. She punches a few numbers into a pin pad, and the doors open. She walks in amongst the rows of plants. Plants have grown significantly. In fact, what was just a greenhouse before now seems like something out of the jungle, as the plants have grown up the walls, obscuring light coming in from the glass ceiling up above. Noises can be heard throughout the trees and plants as she moves along. Some of them buzzing, others making clicking noises. She pauses to reach out and touch a vine, patting it gently. The vine uncurls and wraps around her arm, giving it a gentle squeeze before uncoiling back to the tree. She continues down the long walkway of plants and then walks around the pit, where inside the pit, the large, hulking, vine-like creature breathes, coiled up, seemingly asleep. She then passes into a laboratory. And as the doors to the laboratory open, the technicians of the lab look up. Like looking in a mirror, every technician in the lab bears the face of Vanessa. And in an almost choral response, they all say, "Hello." And that's where our scene comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody who stuck with us through this extra long episode, and thank you for watching at home. St. Pete by Night is off to the races, and Rage Across Tampa is leading the charge. So go follow us on all that social media, because we have that big announcement coming up in the next week or so, and you're not going to want to miss it, because it is a howl of a good time. So make sure to stay tuned for that. We've got an episode of Hellhounds on Friday over on YouTube. If you want to see the other half of the story that's going on in the Tampaverse, go tune in to that and come join our Discord, where we have an ever-growing community and possibilities to play in 5th edition, 20th anniversary, and Chronicles of Darkness games. So come join that community. If you're interested in playing or running one of those games, you can do so now by joining our community. I know we would love to have you there. But for these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next time. Have a lovely evening.